Sound is very low. Good morning, but your sound is very low. It's coming.
बनले ओकर बनले अथी एमबी भरेले और बाकी डेट में भरना तो चाहिए के भरते देखो कोई डेट में भरते हैं इंजीनियर में सब पर न परेशानी हो जाए
Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Is he audible?
Yes, you are audible, Shomajitda.
Dr. Bala is audible, Ranjanda?
Not yet.
Not yet.
The
Okay.
voice is very low.
So I am taking this opportunity to introduce. So our first session is the industry and technical session, where the growth of the Ayurveda will be discussed, and there will be the panel discussion where Professor Ashmita Vele, Head Professor, University of Debrecen, Hungary, Mr. Devarshis Dattagupta, Chairman, Associate Health Council East and Managing Director, East India Pharmaceutical Works Limited, Mr. Manu Chaudhary, Chairman, Associate International Relations Council East, Dr. Sudipta Narayan Rai, Member, Associate and Managing Director, Powell Group of Company, Mr. Shivashish Chakravarti, Chief Operating Officer, Indus Valley Ayurvedic Center Private Limited, Mr. Sudeep Jha, Advisor, Associate, and Mrs. Parminder Jeet Kaur, Director, Associate East and Northeast, and who is our associates also. And we'll have the Ranjan Daipan Sen also. He is the advisor in the advisor group of the SSM. And before starting the session, we'll have an exclusive session by Dr. Pratibha Shah, who is the founder president of Council for Ayurveda Research USA. Mrs. Pratibha Shah is BAMS, MD Ayurveda, MPH, is a Boston, US based, internationally renowned Ayurvedic expert. Her pioneering initiatives in the field of Ayurveda have brought her attention at the White House, the Department of Health and Human Services, as well as the Consulate General of India, New York. For her work, she was also maintained. She was also nominated in the top 20 women of the year for the year 2014. She is a senior faculty and Ayurveda domain expert for Kerala Ayurvedic Academy, Boston Ayurveda School, and CEO of My Ayurveda LLC. She is the founder president of two non-profits, as I told earlier, Council for Ayurveda Research and Holistic Health Alliance. She currently consults out of our office in Denver and at Well Life Medical, a state of the art integrative medicine clinic near Boston, Massachusetts, USA. Before moving to the US, Mrs. Shah was a chief medical officer with the Ayush Ministry in India. So we are very much thankful and grateful to Madam that she has given her consent to join our international conference and to address the participants. We are very much thankful, ma'am, and please, after your exclusive session, ma'am, the panel discussion will be chaired by Mrs. Parminder Jeet Kaur, and the other panelists will join accordingly. Thank you, ma'am. You may start now.
Thank you. Thank you for the lovely introduction. And I want to thank ASSOCHAM and National Medicinal Plant Board for giving me this opportunity to connect with everybody in India. It is an honor and a privilege for me also to be able to participate and have this dialogue from here in America And with all of you in India, maybe we can exchange some thoughts. Maybe there can be a refocus, re-highlighting of some of the things that are already under discussion. And maybe there might be an uncovering of some new areas of interest from what I'm going to share now in the next few minutes. As someone who is now living and practicing in the United States. So I'm going to start my presentation right away. I was having a little bit of a confusion if I should speak in Hindi or English, but I think for the sake of everybody being able to follow, do you think, Parminder, English is better?
Okay, please continue with English. That's
Okay.
absolutely okay.
Thank you. So I have put together a few slides, but I do want to recognize that I'm not a manufacturer, I'm not an industry expert, but I'm a practitioner. So I'm at the consumer end of things. As far as the market is concerned, if I understand correctly, this meeting, this conference is primarily to discuss some of the growth factors for the market. So I'm going to just say a couple words about myself so that you have a little bit of a better background and a context before I get into my slides. I just want to say that I have a little bit of a unique perspective because I used to be in India with the Ayush ministry for 13 years. And just to put a little timeline into context, the current advisors, Dr. Nesri and Dr. Katoch, are my UPSC batchmates. So we are all three of us are from the same UPSC batch. And we came together into Ayush. And in 2004, I moved to USA. I got my master's in public health. I have an MD in Raj Shastra from India. And after coming here in US, I got my master's in public health. And I have been practicing, teaching, basically self designated ambassador of Ayurveda in the USA. I have also founded two nonprofits. One is Council for Ayurveda Research, and the other is Holistic Health Alliance. Council for Ayurveda Research is now an international nonprofit. We also have an India chapter, Ayurvidya Anusandhan Abhiyan Foundation. So with that background, I would like to now share a few thoughts with all of you. From the unique perspective of someone who was in India, who was in a government sector, and now who is in USA in the private sector. So a lot of contrasts. I used to be in India, now I'm outside India. So a little bit of a unique perspective there because of the unique background that I carry with myself. So it's about 1 a.m. past midnight here. So pardon me if there are any, any pauses or anything lacking in terms of transmission here. So today I'll be sharing a little bit about growth of Ayurveda in the international arena. And the first thought that I would like to share with all of you is consolidated in this shloka, beautiful shloka. Ayam nijaha paroveti ganana laghu chetasa udara charita nam tu vasudhaiva kutumbakam. So I think Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is very oft repeated part of the shloka. Basically, the entire shloka is saying that it is small thinking when we think of what is mine and what is yours, but the people with larger character consider the whole world as their own family, as a complete united family. So I think that is the premise on which I'm going to share my next few slides. Because I think that is the goal, that through Ayurveda, we can connect the entire world into one single family. So today I have just 10, 12 slides, so I will run through them quickly. defining parameters of growth of Ayurveda globally. Again, this is going to be coming from my individual perspective, challenges thereof, and some suggested next steps. So, here is the list of some of the parameters of growth of Ayurveda globally. One is awareness building, because if you don't, if the consumer does not know what they need to be utilizing, they will not be able to utilize it. So building of awareness is, I think, one of the first primary steps. Second is legal status. So legal status basically defines to what extent Ayurveda can be practiced in that particular region, country, city, etc. Education. So one of the routes of the spread of Ayurveda is happening and can happen through the route of education, educating the masses about the tools and resources in Ayurveda for prevention, for self-care, for wellness, etc. So education is a very, very important tool, especially in the countries where the legal status is not yet there, which is actually the case in most of the countries in the world, that Ayurveda is still not licensed, except barring a few, very few countries like Malaysia, Mauritius, etc. The practice is the key component of Ayurveda, but again, the legal status often becomes a barrier. Herbs are the tools and the resources through which one can practice effectively. So I'll talk a little bit about that. Skilled Ayurvedic paramedical staff. This is another area where I would like to highlight, which is an avenue which is probably not very well explored. Equipments and research. So let's dive into this. So awareness building, as I was saying, that consumer demand is increasing slowly but surely. However, a lot more needs to be done. People do not know what is Ayurveda. I would say even in India, it's very common for the consumer to be very confused between Ayurveda, homeopathy, naturopathy. These terminologies are often used interchangeably and, of course, wrongly, because they are completely different. And much more ignorance is there outside of India. And that is one area where I think a lot of work can be done in terms of awareness building, which will lead to increased consumer demand, which is what the market needs. Because if you don't have the consumer, there is no possibility of growth. So the awareness building, I feel, is a very key part of growing the market outside of India, every which way, not just the herbal industry, but also the education industry. Ayurveda as a complete sector. If you're looking at the growth of Ayurveda as a complete sector outside of India, I think all the aspects of Ayurveda need to be considered. So there are some national organizations, National Ayurvedic Medical Association, Council for Ayurveda Research, which is my own nonprofit, APNA, which is another national organization. And these are primarily membership, NAMA and APNA are primarily membership organizations. Council for Ayurveda Research is specifically focused on research in Ayurveda. And I'll try to talk a little bit about it, time permitting. Now, yoga industry is another avenue through which awareness building can be done on a really large scale and in an effective manner. Yoga is something that has become popular, not just as pure yoga, but as a fitness tool, as a fitness science, as something fashionable. So this penetration of yoga as a health tool, as a fitness tool, can be utilized to piggyback on top of this penetration, other things that we would like to deliver to the masses, including Ayurveda. On the federal level, there is some recognition of Ayurveda. In the National Institute of Health, you can find Ayurveda under the integrative medicine section, but it's not a very it's not a very rosy picture how Ayurveda has been described in the NIH website. So definitely a lot is lacking there as far as how the US government is presenting Ayurveda on an official platform. Then through the embassies and the consulates, through the embassy and the consulates, a lot can be done. I have myself been a part of some of the programs, but those are far and few. So I do feel a lot can be done. And there are so many other avenues of other NGOs, universities, etc. So awareness building is, I feel, one of the topmost thing that we have not yet taken cognition of, and we have not really worked on building awareness. Legal status also is lacking. I am going to talk specifically in the context of United States. Ayurveda is not licensed in this country. There is a Health Freedom Act in 12 states, which allows, and you can see some of the language that I have written from the National Health Freedom Coalition.org. You can go on this website and you can see that there are 11 states where we have the Health Freedom Act, which allows the consumer to choose what type of treatment or wellness measures they want to access. And that gives some basic protection to the practitioner. But otherwise, it's very difficult to operate as an Ayurvedic practitioner in a country like United States. I have found my own ways, and many other like me have found their own ways. And that's a topic for another day. But Health Freedom Act in 12 states only, 11 or 12 states. I think recently another state was added. So 12 is the updated number. And my state is not one of them. So I have to be very, very careful. I do not use words like treatment. I do not use words like patient, disease, diagnosis, etc. So I had to unlearn a lot of things. As of today, I am practicing pure Ayurveda, but I will be able to share maybe in another forum how I have circumvented and how many other people have circumvented how to practice Ayurveda. But we do feel restricted. We do feel limited. That is a fact. Ayurveda continues to operate and grow in the gray area of wellness. So wellness industry is the industry that is gray, and that is where most of the play is available right now for herbs, for supplements, for body work, for therapeutics, etc. So now we come to education and research. Now, education is one of the safest way to promote Ayurveda, to promote awareness about Ayurveda. And indeed, there are a growing number of Ayurveda schools in United States. We have about, I believe, 30 plus Ayurveda schools, 2,000 plus Ayurveda trained professionals in some degree, like they could be health counselors. So there are some new levels of Ayurveda training, as you can see from the slides, which are not BAMS MD, but there are like 600 hours trained health counselors, and then 1,200, 1,400 hours trained practitioner level. And recently some doctor levels have started, which are still not the number of hours that BAMS have to go through in the typical university setting. But in some degree, based on the WHO benchmark document, some doctoral programs have started. And I'm myself a senior faculty for Kerala Ayurveda Academy and another large school, Boston Ayurveda School. So I know that there are many schools coming up every year, every 2 years, there are 1 or 2 new schools coming up. So education is definitely a route through which Ayurveda can be brought into the West and other countries, including USA. More integration of Ayurveda as an elective subject in mainstream universities is also happening, medical universities, where Ayurveda is offered as an elective subject. Ayurveda is increasingly being integrated into yoga, holistic nutrition, and other such teaching programs and institutes. Again, as a component which is required for getting that particular certification or diploma, Ayurveda is now becoming a component of that curriculum. So that is encouraging. That's really encouraging. As far as research is concerned, we really have a very small body of research so far, comparatively. And whatever research is coming out of India, unfortunately, gets rejected on the global platform because of lack of stringent standards, whether it is to do with sample size or study design or investigator bias or something else. And whatever studies are there, they are primarily based on the RCT model, randomized control trial model, whereas RCT model is not always the most appropriate model for doing research in Ayurveda. And also the RCT model restricts the studies to being mostly on single herbs, which is really not how Ayurveda is actually practiced. We usually use polyherbal formulations. The use of single herbs is very limited in Ayurveda. So these are some of the restrictions that are there in the field of research. And we, through the Council for Ayurveda Research, we are trying to promote more basic documentation and case studies and case reports and case series, etc. Because there you can document as is. So multiple interventions, polyherbal formulations, all of those restrictions that the RCTs bring are not there in the case studies. So we are trying to promote that. And we also have BAMS, MD, PhD, who are sometimes they come here and they change their profession. But this is an underutilized community of BAMS, classically Ayurveda trained professionals from India who can be utilized, which I'll be talking a little bit in my last two slides. So the herbs, the primary use of herbs here in the US is in the form of single herbs, spices, where turmeric and there are teas, coriander, cumin, fennel. It's called CCF. It's a very popular tea here, what we would call Fanta in Ayurveda. So spices, these in the wellness industry, as I said, the supplement industry, that's where most of the play is. But it's very interesting that over the past 4 or 5 years, I have seen, so currently we have about 15 plus companies operating in the USA. Quite a few of them are local, like Banyan Botanicals, and some of them are our classical manufacturers from India. For example, past 5 years or so, Pottical has made a great foray into USA, and we are beginning to get all kinds of classical preparations like Asav, Arishta, Tailams and Churnams and Gutikas and all of Layams and everything, which is amazing because this was something which could not happen in the like five years back. And interestingly, they're using their original label, which is also very, very surprising because Himalaya Healthcare had to change their labels from Live 52 to Liver Care, etc., Mentat to Mind Care, etc. But Cortical is coming with their original label, with their original indications and everything, which I personally have no idea how they have managed it, but they have been doing it for past 5 years, and they have all kinds of classical formulations. So it is happening, and this needs to be studied, and maybe more people from the industry can come in, and we would welcome that. Practitioners like me would really, really welcome that. Now, online portals is another new and upcoming resource for practitioners and consumers like Distacart, Madanapalas, which is like a UK-based portal primarily. And they're very efficient. Madanapalas usually can take time, like can take about 3 weeks, but Distacart, which I have been using really now frequently, especially in the COVID times, because I am not able to go to India also, which sometimes I used to bring some herbs, which I would never find here. But now Distacart is really changing the game. Within a week, I get Kamdudavati and Godanti Mishran, anything that I want, I get it. And surprisingly, even Amazon and eBay, they have products from Vaidyaratnam and AVP. So it's very, very interesting how online shopping is really changing the game. And this is where I really feel that anybody who's listening from the industry, there is a lot of opportunity and there is a lot of need, there's a lot of demand. Please explore this. Me as a practitioner would really, really appreciate that. We also are lacking in skilled Ayurvedic paramedical staff because there's a lot of Ayurveda bodywork that is very, very popular in US. Simple Abhyanga, a lot of Panchakarma treatments, localized treatments. Like I have one lady that I work with, and she's very good, but it's sometimes tough to send her everywhere. But she does all kinds of Netra Basti and all the localized Janu Basti and everything. But paramedical staff is another, which, for the industry, I would like to say that if there can be like a structured way to get some paramedical staff, there is need. Equipments. So some of the bodyworks that we are able to do here are like nasyas and some steaming equipment, steaming tents or beds, etc. Localized basti contraptions like the well for the kati basti, etc. Internal basti equipment. Now you have to realize that we cannot touch the patient or client here. I don't even use the word patient. So sometimes, often, we have to always ask them to self-administer the basti. And we cannot find those equipments here. The enema bag and the catheter that can. So we have to kind of be very innovative here, and it's very challenging. So this is another sector where the market equipment can be made available to other countries. More needs to be done here. Definitely, I would like to highlight that. So here are some of the challenges. The legal status I have already talked about. So this really needs to be, this is a long-term thing, or maybe not. Chinese people have managed to get Chinese medicine licensed here in the US. TCM, acupuncture, everything is licensed. So I think we have to take some inspiration there. Availability of herbs is still very limited. We are operating with 5 to 10% of what is there in the market. Trained staff, as I said, the equipment, and support from representative agencies of our government. So the consulate, the embassy, we need more. We need more support. And Ayush, I know I have also been in touch with Ayush, and we have had support, but a lot more needs to be done. So Dr. Kotecha ji has been very, very dynamic in interacting and supporting, but clearly a lot more needs to be done. Research activities are minimal to none. And again, through Council for Ayurveda Research and Ayurveda Anusandhan Abhiyan Foundation, please do go on our website and check us out, ayurvedaresearchusa.org. We are running journal clubs, and we have just recently started global research webinar series. All of them are available on our YouTube channel for the public to see. So these are the next two and last two slides. We need more support from the government. Here are some of the suggested next steps to push licensure as well as direct support to the practitioner community. Government involvement in establishing benchmarks and frameworks for setting standards in Ayurveda education. As a faculty, I would like to say that I would like to see better standards for education. There's plenty of dilution of Ayurveda happening in the West, and sometimes we as faculty are not able to control it. Herbs, we would like to see the increase in the availability across a wider spectrum of herbs and formulations, keeping in mind the limitations and specific needs outside of India. So for example, we cannot do therapeutic emesis here, what we call Vamana. So certain things we just cannot do here. Even if it's licensed, it may take a long time to get Vamana to this country. But there are, so keeping very specific needs of the market outside of India, that's an important parameter. Indo-US collaboration is needed to initiate and encourage basic documentation and research. Again, we are working through our nonprofit on that. I just actually had a conversation with the embassy just today, and we could be doing an Indo-US research-focused event in May. So stay tuned for that. Currently, there are about 15 plus Ayurveda companies, local as well as Indian, in the herb market. There is great scope for more to come in. So that's another area I would say. Baidyanath, Dabur, whoever is in the market right now should be coming. And we are talking about Kasht Aushadhis only, not Ras Aushadhis. Because Ras Aushadhis, I don't know how many of you know, but I'm sure you know that Ras Aushadhis are banned here. So there's a lot of history, a lot of defaming of Ayurveda that was done starting 2004 and which continues. So at least the Kashta Aushadhis, I think we should be able to supply better. So there is a lot of market is what I want to say. The industry really needs to come forward and explore all the avenues. We are at 500 million US dollars export right now, roughly, per year. But more it needs to be done, more can be done. So lastly, and this is my pet peeve, that sustainability of the herbs. Most important, I think a lot of herbs are already going extinct and they're getting difficult to find, like Jatamansi, Gugulu. Gugulu is over harvested. So I feel if there is a mandatory investment from the industry, if that is mandated by the government, like 1% has to go back into sustainability practices, I think there might be some really good solutions to making sure we have sustainability of the herbs. So with that, I would like to thank. This is pretty much some of the things that I wanted to talk about. I don't know if there's any time for Q&A, but I would let the organizers let me know how you would like to go forward. Good to see Dr. Asmita. And good to see some familiar faces.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, ma'am. That was quite a detailed presentation. Soumya ji, is there any comment from your side or from Ashish ji's side, or are you suggesting we move on to the panel? Over, Mr. Soumya ji.
Yes, yes. Thank you very much, madam, for your wonderful session.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we are very much grateful that you have given your valuable time to our international conference. For that, it has get a new dimension. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much. If it is okay, then I'll sign off.
Yes, ma'am. I think, is there any question, ma'am? I think for the participants, they will not ask you directly. They can rather send you in the chatting option, which will be sent you later only, if there will be any question. Okay, ma'am?
ठीक है. अभी तो there is no question, so I hope Parminder has my email, so you can always send me the questions. I'm happy to answer.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity and best wishes for the panel. It's 1:30 a.m. here, so I will sign off. Unfortunately, I can't stay.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, for a fantastic presentation, and have a good night.
Presentation.
Thank
Wonderful
you. Thank you so much.
presentation as usual. I enjoyed your talk.
Thank you, Asmita. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now I would like to request Mrs. Parminder Jikar, who is our associate of this conference also. I would like to take her. I'd like to request her to chair the session for this panel discussion and according to proceed with things. Ma'am, please.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bishwas. It is really indeed a privilege and honor for ASSOCHAM to be part of this 3 days international conference come Bioseller Meet, and thanks to National Medicine Plant Board Regional Center for having accommodated our request for our industry members to be able to showcase and participate in the Bioseller Meet. So I would request all participants to explore and visit the booths and the virtual exhibition which is going on. We had a wonderful address and the perspective and the potential opportunities in US. We heard Dr. Pratibha Shah, as of course it's late midnight and she couldn't be requested to stay any further. Uh, we have this session today where we are going to take input from our key industry members who are there with us. We are going to talk about the growth of the Ayurveda. Some base has been set already, and then we will talk more about ease of doing business, the challenges which the industry faces, which are of course to an extent similar to the US challenges where there is a shortage of manpower and the raw materials. So those challenges do exist in India as well. So we let's begin with first having a little understanding on the sector. What is the sector for India? What are the future opportunities for the sector domestically and internationally? Because we have with us Professor Asmita Wale. Dr. Asmita Wale is head of the Department of Rashtra and Bhajankara Vigyan at College of Ayurveda Bharati Vidyapeeth Deemed University in Pune. She is also honorary professor, University of Debrecen, Hungary. So she has been very instrumental in taking Ayush and Ayurveda and Indian forms of treatments to European audiences. So her expertise lies in designing and execution of end-to-end research projects of Ayurvedic formulations. Apart from standard formulations of ashwagandha, tailas, and herbal minerals, she has experience of making parapati, sindura, potali, and abrakaswata as well. She has she has been the principal investigator of DST projects, Ayush projects, and member of Ayush International Cooperation Committee, Scientific Advisory Committee of Gujarat Ayurveda University, Jamnagar, and of BOS and Academic Council of BHU Varanasi. She was the Ayurvedic expert and co-rapporteur for the historic working group meeting for the development of WHO benchmark documenting on Panchakarma, Ayurveda, and training. So she is a treasure trove of many various things which are needed for taking the sector forward. She has been instrumental in taking a lot of initiatives along with the government to ensure that Ayurveda reaches beyond the boundaries of India to the global audiences. So let's first have her thoughts on what is there in the future for us, for the sector, within the country and internationally, and then we will invite our other eminent panelists to share their thoughts. Dr. Wale, over to you, please.
Thank you, Parminderji. At the outset, I would like to thank ASSOCHAM as well as NMPB for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts. First of all, you all are aware that I come from or I represent the academics of Ayurveda. So I do not represent industry, but academics without application, without industry has no meaning. So every day, if I'm teaching on Ayurveda formulations and how they act and how they work and how they are beneficial for the patients, then definitely I need to look into its industrial perspective, its commercial perspective, its imports of the raw materials, exports of raw as well as finished goods. So in that sense, my understanding of presentation today is I'm really thankful to you, Parminderji, for giving me a chance to revisit this little bit offbeat topic for me. I have put, I have put my thoughts in a presentation, and I would be sharing my slides now. So just a moment, share. Am I doing it correctly? Computer sound. Yeah. Okay. So this is today's topic is regarding Ayurveda in Ayurveda in India and future opportunities for domestic and international markets. I have been in Hungary in Europe for 3 years, and I was in Hungary I could travel in and around, and there are lot many organizations, specifically European doctors, European therapists who want to practice Ayurveda, and by this way or that, they practice some part of Ayurveda, not the whole essence as we know we practice in India, but a small little part of they practice. And here, therefore, we have to convert these traditional churnas and pastes and decoctions into a different dosage form, maybe like capsules or tablets. So today's presentation, I'll be talking about context, strengths of Ayurveda, the export scenario a little bit, strategy, what I feel could work better for our country, and then domestic and common issues and some of the policy issues. We all are aware, and it was made very clear by Dr. Pratibha Shaha's presentation, that in India, Ayurveda is a part of our daily lifestyle routine. In most parts, in rural part, it comes as a natural use of a herb comes as a daily routine or natural thing. And in urban India, now it was not there in all the households, but it has started gaining entry through the herbal teas. So haldi doodh was there always, but which was losing its connect a little bit over past 2 decades. But now that has regained post COVID. That has been one of the after COVID-19 pandemic. The highlight or the focus on Ayurveda has definitely increased. We also see that Ayush Ministry has been established in 2014, and that has given a boost under the able leadership of Vaidya Rajesh Kotecha ji and all his team from the ministry. We are also witnessing that the turnover of Ayurvedic companies is growing, and companies like Patanjali or Imami, they have come up with, though controversial, but they have come up with some products like Coronil, and they have they have stood in the market firmly that okay, we also have these things, and we can definitely support Indian population, not only through the traditional wisdom but also through the application of products. Then there are, and because of this, the international brands like Colgate has to name their paste Veda Shakti. So unless they have realized, the MNCs have realized that unless there is something Veda, Ayurveda, and it's not only for India, this Veda Shakti is available in Europe. The Himalaya toothpaste and Himalaya beauty care products, the hair care products, they are all available across Europe in the supermarket chains. So especially I feel that the exports are growing in nutraceutical and herbal supplement sector more outside India, like herbal hematinics, curcuma powder, curcuma tablets, curcuma capsules, ashwagandha is available. Single herb products are available across shelf or as a OTC product. And that's another important outcome, which makes us think about how and which are the opportunities for Ayurveda internationally. See, the strengths of Ayurveda, we all are aware. that it is a natural system. It has all the three approaches: preventive approach, promotive approach, and curative approach. It also the most important, and I would use the term little bit neglected area of rasayanas in India for non-recurrence of disease. So we do not want the diseases to recur, and that non-recurrence is I can. There is a.
Sorry, can I request Mr. Dattagupta's accidentally? Yes, yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
That's okay, I can understand.
Okay. So because it is preventive, promotive, and curative, and there is a little less importance put on these specific rasayana groups for non-recurrence of diseases in India. But all the multinationals are working on this concept of productive longevity and anti-aging. You know, there are people who are working on Brahmi and Manduka Parini, that is Centella asiatica, and Bacopa for these two aspects. And they are working using variety of modern techniques like improvement in the telomerase, that is the ends of chromosome, the ends of chromosome which are responsible for our health as well as our longevity. So they are using these herbs, a group of scientists coming together, collaborating, and coming out with some products which are there. And already in Ayurveda we have not only Chavanprash but Brahmya Rasayan, we have Pranakamiya Rasayan, we have Pippali Rasayan. So many products are there, but they have not yet reached even Indian market the way they should reach. Another very important and strong point of Ayurveda is blending of food and medicine. Now, we all are familiar with the words nutraceutical, functional food, supplements. It's a different way of using this theme of food can work as medicine. And if your food works as medicine, then you don't really need to go ahead with medicine. That's the saying. Pathe sati gadartasya kim aushadhani shevanam, pathe asati gadartasya kim aushadhani shevanam. It means if you are consuming a balanced, good food, then there is no use, then you will not suffer from any disease. And if you suffer from disease, there is no use of your food also. So this is what is the strength of Ayurveda, and this is an area. This particular concept it's being explored quite a lot post COVID across the world. There are some good publications and books which talk about how to convert and how to use your food as medicine following various Ayurvedic principles. But unfortunately, we are not getting the sufficient credit which we should. Here is while searching for this talk today, I came across some export trends. You can see here very clearly that from 2005 till 15, the spice trade was on high, Ayush product trade was on high, even horticulture trade was on high, on the growing side. But after 2015, you can see there is a downfall or a plateau there. Why I'm comparing these two is in last 2-3 years, when I was in Hungary, I could sense that in EU also, the demand for organic production and phytosanitary clearances increased. And that's where many of Ayurvedic products which were being available in the markets, their availability reduced. So it's the safety regulations and non-organic product was controlled, and that's why there is a little downward growth here. You can see here in the red that organic product growth has increased. After 2015, there is a lot of increase in organic product growth. So while manufacturing or while cultivating herbs for Ayurvedic manufacture or for the herbal sales, we need to take care of this organic manufacturing. Again, it was my personal experience while I was teaching in Hungary, Debrecen University, that mainly spices, they were the mainstay, may it be in tablet form or capsule form. Even the powders, the teas was the, like Dr. Pratibha also said, that teas is the most easiest and having appeal to consumers product. Apart from that, people are very much interested in cosmetics or personal care products, hair care, skin care, face care, body care products, and wellness products. And you can see here that exports of Ayush products is at the level of even not up to 2 billion US dollars per year, but the beauty products are to the tune of 10 billion US dollars per year. And that's where I feel Ayush has in the industry can use the anecdotes and the essence of Ayurvedic cosmetology, where that those herbs can be incorporated and we can develop some wonderful products to go to the beauty industry. If we see category wise, if we come to the, apart from these OTC and the beauty and cosmetic products, if we come to the bulk products, bulk drugs and only herbs. So there is no value addition in Indian sense, but there are herbs and bulk drugs, and there is a sharp rise in the share is quite, Ayurveda bulk share is quite high. Again, here the point is about organic production, and we need to take care of that. So industry has to think about buyback arrangements with farmers, and they have to support the organic product development. We in Bharati Vidyapeeth, we worked on this omega-3 fatty acids through flax seeds, as well as we worked on Withania somnifera, and that time we provided growers the saplings of the species which we needed, and we also provided them the technology to grow this product in field organically. I'm aware that many big pharmaceutical companies like Himalaya and Dabur, they have farms and they are using these technologies and they are supporting farmers also. But that needs to be looked looked with a fresh eye again. Yeah, I could not refrain myself from comparing Ayush products and traditional Chinese medicine. One opportunity I see here is, see the per year sale of herbs is $278 million per year of Ayush products. It's not too less than the sale of traditional Chinese herbs, but these herbs from India, they are collected from wild. So 80% of our produce is collected from wild. Thereby, we are many of our species, we are exploiting our species. Many of the species are on the verge of extinction, and that's where NMPB has come in picture, and NMPB is trying their level best over past 2 years. As I know, as I can see the difference that they are trying to cultivate. See, 70% of the Chinese products, which are 70% of the Chinese products, they are coming from the cultivated resources. So definitely, here is another opportunity to go into medical agriculture or growing of medicinal plants instead of collecting them from wild. In India, we always often look towards the developed countries like Australia and US and European continent for exports, and then of course we should. But in India and in the Southeast Asian countries also, there is a lot of opportunity for Ayurvedic products, and for all of us, that depending on the disease patterns, which diseases are more in in India and around India. They are shown here in blue. Heart diseases are a little bit more in India, but perinatal problems, medicines for children, nutritional products for children is one of the forte of Ayurveda. So variety of formulations which are again like nutritional bars. Initially we used to call them Paustik Laddu. Even today in all across India, we find that during the winter season, we all have these nutritious laddus and things like that in our homes. But in urban India, that practice is going down, which should be replaced by these nutritional products for children using puffed wheat, puffed rice, puffed jowar, bajra, instead of corn. It has been proven that corn gives rise to obesity. Corn is not very good for, and eating corn and popcorns does not serve the purpose. And whereas Ayurveda says that all these puffs coming from our brown rice, coming from our wheat, coming from the jowar, they are nutritious, they are rich in selenium, they are rich in iron, and according to Ayurveda, they supply, they build in the best tissues for growth. So here is another opportunity to develop products for children. All my colleagues working with pediatrics, they request to us all the time that why don't you develop children-friendly products for us, ma'am? All the products are very, kaduve hai, kuch tikhe hai. Why, how we have to give it to children? Of course, we add honey to that, but still there is a lot of scope for development of pediatric products, nutritional as well as pharmaceutical. Ayush herbs permitted globally. This is a list. You will find Adhatuda Vasica, you'll find licorice, you will find Ashwagandha, Amla, Imblica officinalis. I must mention here Dr. Pulok Mukherjee and his group, they have worked really hard. And today you can find Amla in the herbal monograph of USA. And then, of course, it is also in Australian Pharma Index. So these are the drugs which are permitted globally. So we can use all of these in different combinations. They can, like aloe is used for in beauty and cosmetic products. Ashwagandha, amalaki, ginger, they can be used for musculoskeletal disorders. Licorice, it has been, praised like anything during the pandemic for its immunomodulatory effect and also antiviral efficacy. Garlic, guggulu for painkillers. So there are a variety of efficacies of these products, and you can go ahead with the polyherbal formulations with this. Of course, while saying this, I am aware that this is not Ayurveda. This is some offshoot, or this is low-hanging fruit for Ayurveda. But at times, we need to have the low-hanging fruits first, and then to go on a bigger platform. Why I'm saying this is, there are Western herbs which are used across the counter. So barring India, in India, we are doctors, we are supported by our government, we are supported by ministry, population respects us, and therefore we can write all the medicines right and left. But when you go outside India, where Ayurveda is not recognized, then there are issues. And then you cannot use the terms like treatment, or you cannot even use the word like patient. And there, when people go to therapists, when people go to wellness consultants, they use these herbs. So for example, instead of elderberry, if we can use the simple shingada, trapa bispinosa, for the ailments like pain, swelling, and whenever diuretic is needed. Here I mean that the food and medicine combination or concept coming from Ayurveda will be best used. Then Echina chia is used for cold, cough, and respiratory diseases, where our Vasaka, Adhatuda Vasika, is the best example. So we have to compete with these herbs, and for that our manufacturing, our claims for standard and our claims for efficacy should be supported by sufficient trustworthy research. And trustworthy research is what? The rigor the methodology of research should be foolproof. If it is foolproof, if it is published in reputed index journals, then definitely this has a big market. After the pandemic, Giloy has come out like one of the big good drugs. Similarly, the EU list, common uses of herbs and spices approved in EU. In European Union, there are different laws. If each of the country, now we take EU as one, continent. There are 39 countries there, and each country for traditional medicine they have their separate regulation or rule. 5 of European countries they have acknowledged natural medicine, and there the penetration is easier. Again, from the nutraceutical and food supplement angle, not from the medicine angle. Because if you want to claim some drug as a medicine, then you have to go ahead with the new chemical entity route, which talks about that phytochemical, its molecular structure, and then the safety studies, and then efficacy studies, and a lot of things where a lot of money or investment is required, and that may not be our goal at the moment. And therefore, let me come to the wellness sector, because theme wise here I have tried to put this wellness sector globally theme wise. So if you look at personal care products from the wellness sector, if you look at fitness products, if you look at nutritional products, personal care products show the highest volume, followed by the nutrition, and then the preventive. Preventive has increased very recently. So at all these sectors, if we want to take the Ayurvedic herbs, the products, we need to change a lot of things. I'm going to skip this slide, but coming to one small point, Dr. Pratibhaji mentioned, we are very good friends and we keep discussing all these things. So metals used in Ayurvedic medicines are due to their nano nature, they are not poisonous or they are not toxins. Due to their nano nature, at very small dose, they give you the results. All across the globe nowadays, iron and zinc, we all know that iron coming with zinc, it replenishes the hemoglobin. The zinc is very essential for hemoglobin uptake and all the functions of blood and oxygenation and everything. In Ayurveda, when we say that it is zinc, it is iron bhasma. We use the term bhasma. So when we say iron bhasma, we have combined this iron with zinc and added with triphala herbs, Embellia ribes. So this particular nanomolecule gives iron supplementation along with antihelmintic effect, and there is no side effect on your gastrointestinal tract like diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, which is generally associated with the standard iron supplements like Fifol or anything which is available in the market, Fifol, Firsoft, like whatever it is. So these effects, gastric irritation is never there, diarrhea is never there. So this herb metal combination, which are already in our use, which are prescribed by doctors, but the form is little different and we call it bhasma, that can be promoted. You can see that ghee or coconut oil, they are not unhealthy, and many papers are there which have shown that they promote the good cholesterol and they do not promote the bad cholesterol, that is LDL. So many such studies are there, and we need to have our advocates, our ambassadors who will write in scientific language to show that these are the myths and these are not the truths. Another important area which I feel this is for the Ayurvedic sector, when it comes to using the terms, when it comes to use the phytochemicals or identify or associate a drug which might go as a nutraceutical in outside India market, we hesitate a little bit. So we hesitate a little bit to say vithanoloid from ashwagandha. We want to use the whole drug. We want to represent it as ashwagandha, which is perfectly fine. But for a better understanding, if on labels we use these phytochemicals names and show the proposed claim, then it is going to bring us acceptability. Licensing will be easier, even for food and beverages. Licensing will be very much easier. That's what is my learning during my tenure in Europe. Necessary, we should never forget that these should be natural products, organic products. There needs to be phytosanitary clearance. They should be free from antibiotic, gluten, sugar, and fertilizer residues. So unless we comply with all of this, taking our products outside India, especially to the Western and developed country markets, is difficult. In India, without doing this also, I mean, why we should not do this for Indian population as well? That's always a dilemma for me personally. So if something is good for a population, then that is the same thing is good for the other population. So for us also, it's time now that we should also think of better yields through organic farming. There are issues in organic farming. We cannot do only organic farming because of the pests and other things. But then we need to find out an amicable combination for our population. And we should also follow these antibiotic, gluten, and sugar and fertilizer residue free plant medicines for us. I could see from whatever I studied and I read that high standard countries are USA and UK and Malaysia, Russia, but less phytosanitary or trade barriers we can find in Saudi, Gulf, Sri Lanka, South Africa, where the exports can take for Ayurveda and introduction, not only of products, but also education. Africa is untapped continent for Ayurveda. I had been to Africa as well on my personal trips, but I could figure out that they also they have a strong, strong lineage of herbal medicine from their own countries, but that is not codified, that is not streamlined like we have it in India. So that is an opportunity in African countries, eastern coast as well as west coast, to introduce Ayurveda in its entirety, that is the education part, then the products, and even for Africa, growing of Ayurvedic herbs in a better environment, in organic way. That's another big opportunity. That's what I felt. So for all of this, I feel that there are many schemes which are existing in government, and with ASOCHAM's initiative and its skill to bring industry, government, and academia together, we can develop some good schemes, good projects, and we can, I think, we can go further very substantially. And with this, I think I would like to end here. Thank you again for the audience who are patiently hearing. And if there is scope, then I would like to take some questions and answers.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much. There's a slight lag in the in the communication, so that's what happens with us. So thank you so much. It was really a detailed presentation, and giving out a lot of opportunities for the international market, and the play and where exactly the industry can go, what new opportunities are there. So I'm sure collectively, when a report is being prepared, these suggestions by you will really come handy to give a suggestion to the industry that these are the areas you can explore. I would now move the conversation slightly towards a different angle, which is going towards the manufacturers. It is really an honor and privilege for me that I have my chairman of Eastern Region Healthcare Council, Mr. Devashri Datta Gupta. He's managing director of East India Pharmaceuticals, and he's the third generation entrepreneur of his organization, which is strongly believes in quality, And he's comparatively young as compared to other experienced professional, but he's very keen to carry on the business on the guidelines which he has taken from his elders and his previous generations. And he's trying to balance both the profitability and the technology improvement. And he is very keen to take forward the agenda of the sectoral growth. And he's also the chairman of Indian Institute of Packaging, and he's the immediate past regional chairman of Indian Chemical Council. And he has been the recipient of Indian Achievers Award as for the young entrepreneur for healthcare excellence in 2010 in New Delhi, and much more beyond just that. Joining him, I also have Dr. Sudipto Narayan Roy. He is Managing Director of Powell Group of Companies. Dr. Roy is the Chairman of Ayush Committee, Economic Development Forum, New Delhi, and the Chairman Ayush Committee, Global Trade Drivers, a Niti Aayog member. He is academically associated with Germany, UK, and other country-based organizations. He is guest speaker to many academic institutions. He presented an article on integrated medicine named Wellness Engineering at Second World Science Congress at Bangkok last year, a year before, sorry, 2019, and he has won several awards. Um, I would move this conversation to both of them because both of them are manufacturers, both of them are aware of the pain areas of the industry, both of them are aware of the fact that there are challenges when you go into production, product development, product launches, and then ensuring there is a market and all the hassles which a manufacturer has to go. They both have experience of that. So I would start with Mr. Debashri Dattagupta, sir. Let's have your key inputs. What are the challenges which the industries are facing? We talk so much about ease of doing business. Government is keen to reduce the compliance burden. How do you feel? What more needs to be done? What are the challenges? How we take it forward, sir? Over to you, sir.
Okay, first of all, I'm sorry for having the mask and the cap because we have been, our medical services department have told us that we have to wear masks and caps for another few months in office. So I'm sorry for dressing up like this, but this is a compliance we have to do in our office. Again, Madam Kaur, Dr. Vele, Shudipto, and everybody from Jadavpur University and those listening, thank you for the wonderful program. I have been listening very carefully. Uh, and yes, the as I always say, the challenges are of course there. Challenges will be there. Uh, but when I was listening to everybody, the Dr. Vele and Dr. Shah's presentation, I think they have covered a lot of points which I wanted to mention. So I think the ease of doing business, of course, Department of Ayush is doing their level best to make sure that processes are simplified and easier to follow and to comply. But I think there are two other issues which I would like to tell, and which is very relevant because people from Jadavpur University, they're here, and it has already been discussed. That is, one is the quality of natural products. I mean, I know we as a company, we do not have our own plantations. The bigger Ayurvedic companies, they do have. I perhaps I think represent a corporate organization where I have both the Ayurvedic line of products as well as modern synthetic drugs. So I have my feet planted on both the boats, but whether firmly or not, I don't know. But time will tell. But and the quality of the plant-based products, I think it's a huge issue still. And I know everybody knows that what has happened to Uttarakhand a few days back. Climate change is real, and it will affect everything, including plantations. So I think that is a huge area which has to be taken care of. Uh, we, as Madam Kaur was telling, that we are very quality conscious, like all other companies, and maintaining a quality standard is becoming difficult. It's becoming expensive also. we are commercial organizations. Price is an important factor for all of us. We would like to give back to the community and the society good products at affordable prices, which works and helps the end users getting relief. But I think which is very important is that there has to be a balance. The prices has to be something which is affordable. You can't have extremely expensive products and get acceptance. It happens with both the modern drugs as well, where we have price control in Ayurvedics. I know that there is not a concept of price control yet, but maybe it will come in the future, because if you see the acceptance of Ayurveda and their healthcare products in India, it is massive. But what Dr. Shah has been telling, that there's a huge market outside India too, and I think the countries outside India, they need to be more aware of what Ayurveda is all about. Now, I can bring an example. When we were working with a company in US to develop Ayurvedic products for the US market. Um, See, our products have multiple ingredients, and this is a concept they don't understand. For them, they said your cough tonic has 21 ingredients. How in the world are we going to check 21 ingredients? I told them that this is in our books. This is how we do it. So I think there is something. I know that there are single ingredient products as well right now, but if something which has efficacious 21 herbs and you're going to bring it down to four, I do not believe that is going to work. So this is something I think the world needs to understand. There must be processes. We need to bring out processes, and I know Department of Ayush is working very hard for this. Apart from compliances are concerned, it is getting easier. But another thing which is happening is that as we take the Indian system of medicines very seriously, the manufacturing process becomes very modern and updated, and again adds to the cost. And it should. The manufacturing has to be absolutely updated. You know that we have Schedule M in Drugs and Cosmetics Act, which takes care of modern medicine. I think synthetic drug manufacturing, very strict process. Schedule T is becoming stricter day by day, so that we can have quality products in the manufacturing line. So this is coming. So and this will be part of the business strategies in the future times to come. I mean, you need quality medicines at the end of the day, and you need very good manufacturing areas which will give you those quality products. So these are the facts which has to be taken care of, and especially the people in JU and other universities, we need good people to come and man these. You can't always have robots working for you. It doesn't happen in the pharmaceutical industry. You can have automated production lines, but at the end of the day, you need bright minds, very sharp minds with very good knowledge of Ayurvedics to bring in good products, carry on research, carry on very strict quality controls, so that the end product is of high quality. So I think from a manufacturer's point of view, I think challenges will always be there, but it will be important on how we tackle those challenges. And we want to do well. We want to take our Indian system of medicine to the world. It's a huge area, huge potentiality. We are always there, and we are looking for opportunities to go ahead. Uh, and I mean, see the challenges, and I mean, ease whatever. I mean, I think the Department of Ayush is doing its level best, and I think kudos to everybody there. I think Shudipto is part of NITI Aayog also. I think NITI Aayog does a very good work as well on this. It's a very difficult task. It's not very easy. It's definitely not easy. As far as if you compare, synthetic drugs as well as plant-based materials, I think sourcing is a massive problem. It depends on good monsoon, good soil, the way you cultivate it, matching the standards for all batches. It's a very difficult task. A lot of times when we do not get the required scale of extracts in, say, a big bulk volume of leaves, then we have to discard it. So I think the wastage is a huge issue. It's a very big issue, and again, it adds to the cost of the company. So I think we are trying to balance it out, but I think at the end of the day, everybody should know that what kind of immense potentiality the Indian system of medicine has, and especially in Ayurveda. Uh, I won't be able to comment more on homeopathy. I think Sudipto is the best person to do it, and Unani. But for Ayurveda, I think it's a massive area, and India has so much to offer to the world. More awareness, as Dr. Shah had also told, and Dr. Vela has also told, awareness is a big issue here. Everybody should know what the system of medicine can bring in. And we are basically into proprietary Ayurvedic medicine, so I would be limited to that only when I speak. Of course, we would love to go and venture areas which are OTC in cosmeceuticals and nutraceuticals. And Sudipto has been pushing me for many years to get into nutraceuticals and cosmeceuticals. This is a very big area. It's a very big area, and India should be very proud that we have a system like this in both homeopathy, Ayurveda, and Unani, and other areas as well. But I think it is time for us to promote ourselves in a bigger way, and find out ways where we can go and penetrate bigger markets in Europe and in US. I think there's a lot of things that needs to be done, and I think the industries are ready. I think we are all ready to take Ayurveda and Indian system of medicines forward. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. You really set, the ball rolling. And just to add on to that, we have Dr. Sudipta Narayan Roy. He's there with us. I would like you to add on to the conversation which has been initiated by Mr. Datta Gupta, to have your intake. And then, since you have already been engaging and you have been working extensively locally in Calcutta with the drug control authorities and nationally with Niti Aayog, everybody. It's really important to have your thought and the challenges which are there, which are not going, and how as industry collectively we put forward the compliance issues which industry is facing, so that government can be projected the real challenge and the hurdles which are coming for the growth of the industry.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, everyone. I was hearing to the esteemed panel, and most of the issues are already discussed by Mr. Datta Gupta, and those are the challenges whole of the industry, be it homeopathy or be it Ayurveda, are facing. But I want to specifically mention few of the points that is more specific with that of homeopathy, because I belong to the homeopathy industry, and I want to say that there is not a very big difference between the homeopathic and the Ayurvedic system of medicine. The homeopathic system is more of a Western form of the Ayurvedic system only. It was obviously discovered in Germany, as it is said, but if we find that the 7 cardinal principles of homeopathy, we can find it in the Charak Samhita as well. We have discussed this many a times, that rather I want to always say that homeopathy is not a Western science. It is an Indian science. If we go, if we find it in the roots of Indian wisdom, we will get there. So Ayurveda, the word Ayurveda is now a concept. It's not only just limited to a medicinal product or a medical practice. It is more of a lifestyle procedure. So similarly, homeopathy is also coming up as a system of medicine, which is being more popular in the last, we can see in the last few months during this pandemic situation. Homeopathy, Ayush Ministry has definitely patronized homeopathy a lot in this pandemic situation, and it has been more popular. So there are certain things which I need to mention, that certain we covered with Ayush and the tax component, the tax component import of the botanicals is 22%, whereas the finished product is 10%, which I have already mentioned in lot many forums while discussion with Ayush. So this is a point that need to be, this is an issue that need to be addressed very soon. And the second part is that the incorporation of the Indian drugs need to be done in the homeopathic pharmacopoeias, because of the fact that to get a edge in export, context, for export of homeopathic medicines, we need to incorporate Indian drugs. As Madam Dr. Ashmita Wele was saying, that there are a lot of Indian drugs which can challenge, like that of cornflower, Echinacea can be challenged with Vasaka. That milk thistle can be challenged with, we can compete with the Bui Amla. So these drugs should be incorporated in the Indian pharmacopoeias, rather Indian homeopathic pharmacopoeia, so that the export can be increased. So these are the two issues which statutory issues which the homeopathic manufacturing companies are facing. Since this discussion is more based on the on the medicinal plant, on medicinal plants. So these are the 2 points which I want to discuss. And another thing, the awareness, as Dr. Shah was mentioning, that awareness need to be increased, and this awareness can only be increased with the participation of academics and the industry, as well as the statutory bodies. Ayush is doing really a fantastic job in last few years. Ministry of Ayush is doing really a fantastic job to increase the awareness, and I am grateful to ASSOCHAM also, that ASSOCHAM is also coming up with a lot of programs specified for these Ayush products, and it's definitely building an awareness. Now, which I want to mention, which may not be a very pleasant thing to hear, that ease of doing business in this region, in this part of the country, is not very doing this program with Jadavpur University. Now, how many of the students, after passing from this esteemed institution, are opting for entrepreneurship? The startup hub of India is in Bangalore, wherein we can find that the largest migrated population is from this part of the country. If we see that skilled personals who are working in those startups are mostly from universities like Jadavpur. So why not in Bengal, we can see them coming up with a new entrepreneurship ventures. So here lies the question. So why are we failing to build new startups? Why are we failing to build up new companies? Wherein Calcutta had been the hub for the pharmacy pharmaceutical industry. Calcutta have been the hub for the homeopathic industry. If we see that Calcutta, Bengal Ayurveda was one time ruling the whole of the subcontinent. So, but today we find a lot of deficit. We see entrepreneurs, they are not encouraging their second generation to join business. So a cultural change need to be taken. Ease of doing business, yes, definitely that we are not at ease. There are a lot of problem which we are facing with drug control department and the industry. The drug control department, they are not aware of the new means the new dynamics. Still, they are following the rules which are there in the book. So there are a lot of ambiguity. Suppose I give one example. If a person who wants to start a new marketing or a wholesale business for a homeopathic medicine, there is no specification given that how much square feet or how much square meter of a shop floor is required. There is no specification given, and there comes a very big ambiguity. Few of the licensing authorities, they are saying that it should be as big as an allopathic counter, but there are a lot of licenses, they have already given it in a space of 100 square meters. Now there is a big ambiguity. The new licenses are not being released. Think of the situation. The people who have invested in a shop floor, the people who have invested in this kind of, they would be doing this kind of business. They are now in a lot of ambiguity whether they can start a business or not start a business. For 1 year, this ambiguity is still on. There is no drug control department cannot come with a conclusion, because now they are saying that we will hand over everything to Ayush department. Now Ayush department would be coming up with new if somebody wants to is so, because there is a lot of ambiguity regarding the space only, that whether a wholesale license would be given in a space that is as big as for an allopathic.
Dr. Roy, we lost your connection in between. We couldn't hear you.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
got
yeah.
the last part of it. Sorry, we couldn't get the last.
Okay. Sorry, there is a lot of problem in the internet. Off and on, I'm getting disconnected. I do apologize for that. So I was just speaking that regarding these ambiguities that need to be sorted out soon, because there are a lot of entrepreneurs who wants to invest, who wants to come up with business, but they are not able to. Homeopathy has always been kept as a stepmotherly thing in drug control, because the allopathic people, they are not very much bothered about homeopathy. Now that it is being transferred to the Ayush department, Ayush department is more focused into Ayurveda. But homeopathy is also an industry. There are more than 250 manufacturers in West Bengal, and they are serving quite a few, I think about 10 crore customers all over India. So these ambiguities need to be taken care of. These problems should be taken care of. There is a rule 85E of Drug and years of only after 3 years of the experience. So this rule, I think nowadays, any young candidate, any young person who is who is a young graduate with chemistry or botany, they don't want to stay in one job for 3 years. So this need to be considered. So these are the things which needs to be taken care of, because SMEs, small, all the 250 manufacturers present in West Bengal, all are into SME sectors. So collectively, they are having these issues. So these issues that need to be taken care of, I think association would be the best body to take care of these problems for these small and medium entrepreneurs, so that the ease of business is much more, we can really be at ease in doing business. And there are a lot of coordination issues with the central drug control department and the state drug control department. Those issues the drug control department is also well aware of, but no step till now, no steps are being taken, especially in homeopathic sector, I can tell you. And there are a lot of allied segments, as Dr. Vele was talking about, that nutraceuticals and cosmeceuticals segments that Ayurveda is coming up with. Similarly, these herbal, I would be terming it as herbal. This not only Ayurveda, but also homeopathy is also having a lot of products like this. These segments like that of she was talking about echinacea. There are a lot of good skincare products are coming up with echinacea. Now, where should we label this product as? Is it a homeopathic medicine or is it a cosmetic product? So there are a lot of ambiguity, but there are a lot of research is going on these products. Products are developed, but these products cannot be served in market because of this ambiguity, whether this is a medicine or a cosmetic, or is it a other wellness product. So these ambiguities need to be cleared. There are a lot of specific issues that can be discussed, that can be given as a representation to the Ayush department through ASSOCHAM, and that can be taken care of as point wise and with single issues at a time. So the import of the botanicals and the incorporation of the Indian drugs, these are the 2 points which I need to focus on. And I would ask Parminder ji to please make a representation as soon as possible to Ayush Ministry with these issues. And I thank you for giving me this opportunity, and I thank Mr. Datta Gupta and other eminent panelists who have enlightened us for these issues and these informations. Thank you, everybody. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. We will definitely be very keen to work under your guidance and guidance of our chairman to, to take up these representation. And in fact, if I remember, Secretary Ayush was very keen to have a representation from ASSOCHAM, especially with regard to the homeopathic and pharmacopoeia, which you had mentioned in the last session. So he was suggesting that you give us in writing. We already have Council of Homeopathic, and we will place it to them. For the inclusion, etc. So I think that one and the ambiguity which you mentioned with the drug control authorities, I think we must do. And the time is absolutely right, because Government of India is working on reducing the compliance burden. There are month-long conversations which are going on with the industry with regard to the laws and the bylaws and the articles which are becoming hindrances for the companies to operate and grow. So I think it is absolutely just the right time for us to submit such representations to the concerned ministry, to the connected ministries, and make copies to PMO, so that this is involved. DIPP is working hard on reducing the compliance burden with the Productivity Council and everybody. So I think it is absolutely right time for us. We shouldn't, without any delay, formalize this and take this submission to them. Thank you so much, sir. I think we will
Thank you.
take this off the of the session as well. I'm privileged. We have another chairman of ASSOCHAM, Mr. Ranjan D. Sen. He's the chairman, Agriculture Input Council of ASSOCHAM. And he is secretary of an NGO, Jalpaiguri Vivekanand Education Society. And he works a lot in the domain of organic certification, cultivation. He connects a lot with the NGOs and the cultivators and FPOs. So I wanted to bring his strength basically from the cultivation point of view. We heard the industry perspective, the opportunity which Dr. Wale shared. We heard the concerns which the manufacturers are having. Let's draw some strength and inspiration from the cultivators who are involved. What are the challenges which are being faced there, and how can we connect that cultivation to the main industry and take forward the agenda of strong partnership and availability of the raw materials, etc. So I would request Chairman Mr. Ranjan D. Sen for his thoughts, please.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Parminderji. Am I audible? Okay. It was a very nice opportunity to be invited over with such august speakers over here, and I learned a lot interacting or listening to all of you. And Dr. Pratibha Shah, she made a very beautiful presentations, and was really nice to know about Dr. Ashmita Vele, Dr. Devashish Dattagupta, and Dr. Shudipta Narayan Roy. As Parminder ji has already given a short brief about the intro of who am I have not done any presentation as short, but it's kind of a discussion and sharing my experience as a social entrepreneur and working with both the agriculturists or the farmers as well as the industry on the other hand. To be very specific, I think so. Ayush or Ayurvedic, this particular sector is one of the most potential area, and it has an immense influence. It can create and already has an immense influence in various other fields that we all see. Coming across to the farmers, I will just come across to the farmers, but before just to give you a brief about how many areas it does impact is this particular Ayush sector, medicinal and aromatic plant segment. Is on one hand, we have the agricultures or the farmers or the cultivators who are growing these products. There is also a huge influence from the collectors who are the non-timber forest produce collectors who contribute a major part of these inputs also. there is a different agroclimatic zones where we find different kind of this medicinal and aromatic plants growing, and it has its own it this carry the signatures of those areas and the importance of those areas with the kind of active ingredients that these products or the plant have. There is a huge impact of this particular sector on the health and nutritional areas. On the pharmaceutical and the nutraceuticals areas, along with homeopathy, uh, even there are many products in Ayurveda also, in allopathy also, where a lot of these Ayurvedic compounds are being used, active ingredients are being used. uh, there is a huge impact of uh, in the global footprints on the brand India of this Ayurveda and the yoga that has brought to. So from a single, if you look at the kind, the uh, the kind of influence this particular sector has is from a farmer or a collector to the brand that India puts on the global footprint. So it 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 takes manufacturers, it takes chemists, it takes growers, it takes aggregators, it takes a lot of huge resources amongst the whole uh, spectrum along with it, and creates a design impact. And ASSOCHAM, we're very thankful and grateful to ASSOCHAM for actually taking this segment as a major segment in amongst all their operations or sale that they're functioning. Now, to come back to the farmer's point of view, now we have come to know like there are like this particular the raw material sector is very unorganized in case of Ayurveda or in case of say maps, specifically in east and northeast area, north and northeast area. But in South India, it is very much organized. Uh, this area is very unorganized in the eastern sector is because we are not we do not have a structured over here. There is a very little bit of research which has gone into the identifying the growers, uh, collecting it, organizing them, doing certain certifications. The government also does not have the required data where these products are being grown. In fact, the source of this data is a very big question mark, because West Bengal is a very highly porous state. There is a 7 sister states in northeast, Assam and other states, which is they also export a lot of this Ayurveda maps products from their regions. And at the end of the day, as a manufacturer, when they get these products, the source of these products is highly questionable, where it is coming from. So there is a lack of traceability in the whole part. So how do we address these issues on part of the manufacturers? Because this traceability will play a major role in actually getting further certification acknowledgement in the global area, also in the national level. Now, government has come across with a lot of this policies and programs like farmers producer companies and farmers producer organizations, etc., and farmers club and other thing. I think so industry who are manufacturers, they should take a stake into this area also in collaboration with as a CSR or as in collaboration with NGOs or in collaboration with identifiable aggregators that they have. Because this is area, if they can actually do the backward integration, that is where the quality is being manufactured. The quality of each and every products that is being sourced by the manufacturers is actually made in the field. It is actually made in the it is collected from the forest. So if there is a variation in the quality of inputs every now and then, if the fun products which is coming from Assam may not have the same kind of quality imprints which is coming from Bengal or Bihar or Jharkhand or Orissa. So they may have variations. So for a manufacturer to have different varieties and different kind of products coming into their inputs is as a source of, as a raw material, is also a very challenging thing. So in my opinion, this is like my personal opinion, it is right time to actually go back to the backward integration other than doing the value addition in the forward chain or forward market integration as well. Backward, you have FPOs and FPCs. There are a lot of organizations, resource institutions, which are being promoted by SFAC, Small Farmers Aggregator, Agribusiness Consortium. There's a NABARD who is also promoting Ayush. There are other organizations who are have enlisted RIs and under them. These organizations actually have a cluster or different groups of farmers in them, numbering around 1,000 farmers in each FPC. So which can go up to further more numbers of farmers, but it is manageable 1,000 farmers, and we can actually train them, certify them, provide the kind of knowledge that is required for the manufacturer, for the farmers to have to actually grow these kind of products, and do the procurement also from them. You can do the input, you can produce the farm, the crop, and then simultaneously, once the crop is gone, you can also procure it. There's a challenge. There's a challenge to this, but there are organizations who can mitigate these challenges. And how you can do this? Well, there are solutions. The technology is going to play a major role into this. IT is coming up with many agribusiness or agri-based applications, which helps you to actually track everything. So there are when farmers or this kind, if you can have this particular clusters, there's a risk is spread across to a lot many farmers. So on part of the farmers also, it is much more beneficial. So there is a lot of knowledge which goes into this. You can have this bulk production also. Can have customized production also. There's a lot of things which can happen. Simultaneously, there's a huge scope for the farmers as well as the industry and the farmers to actually evaluate this product and earn an extra from their farm producers, as well as for the manufacturers or the buyers. They can actually mitigate the role of this middlemen who are aggregators to a lot many extent, reduce the value of their procurement by creating the desired infrastructure in the rural belt, by creating sorting, grading, and packaging units. So you can think that there's a huge amount of things, potential things that we all, if the industry and the farmers can come together and create the desired value for the manufacturers as of Ayurvedic products or for homeopathic products or for any health and wellness or nutritional products or natural therapies that is being used. And there are many things that this maps can actually provide. There's a lot of gaps, there's a lot of void which we can fill if the industry can come together in the backward to do the backward integration. Simultaneously, there is an organic certification, there is fair trade agreement, there is a lot of Rainforest Alliance certifications which can go into and create the desired value for the farm, the finished products, also to create that kind of certification to the end customers. So to actually conclude, there's a huge opportunities, untapped potentiality, which we can all join hands to actually explore these possibilities. And there is a lot of value that we can all actually earn from this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. And I'm sure, with your inputs, we will be able to take forward supporting more farmers and FPOs, not only in West Bengal, but in the other areas, Northeast and other states as well. I will move this discussion now to an absolutely different agenda, which is using Ayurveda in the form of tourism. When we talk of growth of Ayush industry, or we talk of growth of the medicinal plant, or we talk of the promotion of Ayurveda, tourism or the wellness comes as a very innovative thought. And there's a lot of medicinal plant usage which is going into these kind of specialized medical tourism or wellness industry. We are privileged. We have Mr. Shivashish Chakravarti. He is the Chief Operating Officer and Senior Vice President of Indus Valley Ayurvedic Group. He's a business engineer, wellness reformer with more than 18 years of experience in wellness and hospitality management. He has worked with some of the leading brands like Taj, Jumeirah, Hyatt across the world, Europe, Middle East, Africa, America, Asia, in various kind of management roles. He's the leader in business management and expansion, wellness venture setup, operation growth, sales and marketing, wellness retreat programs, training and development. He's a yoga master during his earlier career and became a management specialist. He is also a certified by Harvard Business School and Indian Institute of Management. Welcome, sir. Thank you so much for being with us for so long, and for taking time out to be with us. And thanks for your patience, sir. We are aware when we talk of medicinal plants or when we talk of Indian Ayurvedic systems, tourism industry is one of the biggest user of the products which are being produced from the India, and we have been showcasing that to the global audiences. So we would like to have your thoughts. How do we promote the industry forward, collaborating it more with the tourism and the wellness? Over to you, sir.
Right. Okay, thanks. Thank you, Pravinderji. Namaste to all the dignitaries here. Very good all of you. Hope I am audible. Pravinderji, am I audible clearly?
Yes.
Great. Yes. So this is a similar topic talking on being vocal on many platforms. That I'll take this in a few minutes to cover my 4 points, which I thought to share with all of you in terms of this environmental wellness and the focus on Ayurveda and definitely combination with the tourism. So my first and foremost area would be, say, when you talk about tourism, it's when it's domestic, there is no visa required, but when it's international, visa is the prime thing. So here I have to focus on very special visa category. So a very special category would actually promote differently every travelers around the world. When they will see that there is a special category for Ayurveda, then they will value it very differently. Very special is a very important, very special category for visa. It's very good. Next would be in marketing to promote Ayurveda. Other than testimony, I don't think so anything can work in the market, and especially when it's about your health, about your mental and physical health. So testimonies need to be taken out and marketed through the market players like us, and also the government sectors who is coming closer to promote it. So testimonies, the real good cases, real benefit when customers are getting, whether from the service or from the product, that cases need to bring in front. That is the best way to bring Ayurveda forefront of any medicine. That is that is what I do for my company. I don't spend money in normal marketing ads. It's only about testimonies. The real stories should talk about it. Next one is definitely insurance companies. That right now give 20 to maximum 25% coverage for Ayush, but that has to go up. Actually, participation should be there. And that is where many our market players and the government body should come out to talk to IR so that the percentage increases. I'm very specific, but it's a huge work, but this can make a difference. So, game changer. There should be a lot of brand collaborations. Let's say when a person coming to India for as an Ayurveda tourism, and then they along with they get a lot of different pricing in the let's say airlines or if on the transit they're staying in a hotel there also it's a lot of brand collaboration which services comes during the travel along with other companies will make another difference. That's I don't take much time. The four suggestions from my end.
Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your thoughts. We had quite a wide spread out panel which has brought in first the general concept and then the manufacturer side of issues, then how to connect with the farmers, and then from the tourism perspective. So I wouldn't go on into Q&A at this moment, but I just hope that our partners from NMPB has made note of all the key points which have been brought in by the eminent panelists, so that this can be put forward to the government and to the key stakeholders, both in terms of opportunities and also in terms of the challenges which has been there. It would be appropriate to take the matter offline hereafter. So with this, I thank all the eminent speakers who have been there with us. Thank you so much, and apologies for the slight delay which was there at the start of the program. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, and over back to the control center. We conclude this session. Thank you so much for everybody's presence. Thank you.
It was a great session. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. I hope everybody is ready to attend the session, as each and every one of these participants of the session. And we conclude this session for the lunch break. Thank you. Yes.
Dr. Dilip Ghosh. Dr. Dilip Ghosh. Dr. Dilip Ghosh.
Hello, can you hear me?
May I kindly request you to actually you have to chair a session on the other hall. On the other hall, that is the Swami Vivekananda Hall, for which we have sent you the link also.
Okay, this is the link I got.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying the other link also.
One for link one,
Okay.
one for the Aurobindo Hall, another for
Sure.
Vivekananda Hall.
Sure, I am trying.
Okay, surely so. Welcome, Mr. Richard Harvest. We are just going to start the session. Welcome, Dr. C.K. Katihar. It's a welcome very much. Okay, so we are going to start the session very soon.
Richard Thomas sir ये कैसे স্যার আপনি কি পার্টিসিপেন্টস এর লিস্ট অ্যাকচুয়ালি আপনি দেখতে পাচ্ছেন না স্যার চ্যাট করেছেন চ্যাটে দেখুন চ্যাট বক্সে নিচে
Hello.
Yes, Dr. Rajagopal.
Yeah, this is Rajgopal here.
Yes, sir, your session is in the Swami Vivekananda Hall. That is the second hall.
Okay. I seem to have joined. I'm sorry. I'll log in now.
No problem at all. You just go there.
I think Dr. J.L.N. Shastri will be joining very soon. I'm just trying to get him, so kindly bear a few minutes with us. Welcome all the dignitaries, the eminent speakers of the present technical session. We are expecting Dr. Shastri to join very soon, but since the time is passing out, so what I try to do is that let me introduce the chair first, and then I think as soon as he will join, we'll take it up. But we can continue our this session, and the speakers can deliver their address. So this session is a very important session, right? That's the business session 1. This is global market potential of medicinal plants and recent market trends. We have 4 eminent speakers on this very important issue. They are Mr. Richard Harvest, Director, Stevia Private Limited, Durban, Republic of South Africa. We have with us Dr. C.K. Katiyar, Chief Executive Officer, Technical Healthcare Division, Imami Limited. We have with us Mr. Shoikat Kumar Basu, Executive Director, Performance Seed, Set South, Leybridge. So, Executive Director, Performance Seed, Saint South, Leybridge, Canada. And we have with us Sri Saurabh Sharma, Manager, Marketing and Trade, National Medicinal Plants Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. And so our chair is Dr. J.L.N. Shastri, who is the Chief Executive Officer, National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. He is as present CEO from January 2020. He was earlier head clinical research in Durban from 2004 to 2007. He was head healthcare research Durban 2012 to 2020. Now, may I request our first speaker, Mr. Richard Harvest, who is the Director, Stevia Private Limited, Durban, Republic of South Africa. Richard has a bachelor degree in economics and computer science, having founded or co-founded several business entities. Richard has a keen interest and background in entrepreneurial startups. Richard was regional economist at South African Cane Growers Association for 6 years, followed by 3 years as innovations and technology manager before leaving to take up the reins of Stevia full-time. So I request Mr. Richard Harvest to please deliver your address, and also try to include the possibility of overseas collaboration and investment as one of the issue of our discussions. With this, I request Mr. Richard Harvest to kindly take up.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me all right?
Yes.
I assume you can hear me?
Yes,
great.
It is audible.
Yes, very much.
Great. So, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm very grateful to be here today, and I will share my screen shortly. I have a short presentation. It's great it's nearly 12 o'clock in South African time, and it's really good to be virtually in India. So let me just share my screen and take you through my presentation. So yeah, the company is called Stevia. We started in 2019. We raised some money and got some shareholders from the sugar industry. As you saw in my background, I'm from the sugar industry. And sugar has been under a lot of pressure in South Africa for a number of years. So we were looking for diversification crops for sustainability and particularly looking for things which are healthy. There's obviously a huge health trend around the world for consumers looking for healthy alternatives. So once again, thank you for the opportunity to talk to you today. Let's see what else is. So I just want to talk about our collaboration with India briefly. It's a very important part of our project. Last year, at about this time, February, myself and a colleague, Mr. Kurt Stock, visited India. We landed in Calcutta, and then we went to Jabalpur, Bidar, and back again. It wasn't by car, as this map suggests, it was by plane, but and please excuse my pronunciation of the city names, but we had an excellent trip. Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty assisted us, and we've had a very close collaboration with Shantanu over a number of years now. And again, we met a lot of very interesting people. Everyone was willing to share, to collaborate, to tell us about the challenges and how to overcome them. So it was a fantastic trip. And in fact, it wasn't my first trip. I was in Calcutta about 2 years before that on another trip, also just to investigate stevia and what's happening in India. So the collaboration between our project and India is extremely close. This is actually a picture from our trip last year, February, at the university there, which we really enjoyed seeing the facilities and speaking to people there. We were able to present at a conference there. The top left is Mr. Kurt Stock, a farmer and director of Stevia, who attended with me. And it was really a very interesting stopover and stay last year. So let me just talk about the development targets for Stevia. We are a very new company. And so our first goal was to see if we could successfully grow stevia in our various climatic zones. I'll talk about where we're growing it shortly, but that was the goal number one. Can we grow stevia? We come from a farming background, so our interest starts on the farming side and moves through the value chain. The next step, and we are again collaborating with Indian companies on this part of it, we want to commission some processing plants. Stevia is grown in Africa. A small amount is grown in Zambia and in Mozambique, but those countries export their dry leaf, and we want to be part of the entire value chain. In the sugar industry, farmers only provide sugarcane and not participated in the value chain, so we want to change that. So we want to produce our own stevia, and not just stevia, but quality stevia and quality formulations. We don't want to be a supplier of the commodity version of stevia, the raw stevia. We want to have good collaboration with formulation companies and flavor houses in order to produce high quality formulations. And in this instance is also, we've had some products from India. We've blind taste tested them with products available in South Africa, and we found them to be excellent. So we hope to do more collaboration on that side. We want to establish marketing channels. That's obviously when we're a bit further down the track and we actually have products to share. And again, marketing channels are essential. Can you produce it is one question. Can you sell it is obviously another. And that's where we hope to have a lot of collaboration with India and elsewhere in order to export our products once we meet local market needs. And then to achieve break even. So we're quite fortunate that we raised money from 97 farmers and farming organizations in order to launch this project. So we're not in a rush to meet a break even requirement in the short term. We have a very long-term goal. Sugar has been cultivated here since 1860 odd. And we hope stevia will have a very long and very successful run here. So it's not a short-term project thinking, but break even would be nice in the next 2 to 3 years. So the main thing I want to talk to you about today is our farming and trials, because that is the first part of our project and the part where we believe we've achieved some success to date. So here you can see one of our trials. The farmer on the left is Mr. Quentin Benningfield. He's running this trial operation. He's a large sugarcane farmer. In the background, you can actually see sugarcane. Yeah, so this here is sugarcane. He's got some peppers here. So he's a large sugarcane farmer, and this was one of our first trials and very successful. If you look at this picture now, it's very interesting because obviously June, July is our winter. So this was during the middle of our winter. On the left, you can see that same plantation you saw in the previous slide. was harvested on the 3rd of June, and exactly 8 weeks later, it looked like this on the right. So the growth was fantastic, and this was a particularly cold winter, one of the coldest in 10 to 15 years, and yet the growth has been really good. So we're really pleased by that. Another part of our success in South Africa, and why we believe we can be a world player, is that we have very sophisticated and world-class facilities. This is our commercial nursery that we've partnered with in a town called Greytown. On the top right, this picture here, you can see is our mother block. These plants were produced from 30 original seedlings, and this is where all the seedlings are taken from. And then you can see on the left-hand side in the bottom picture, these are seedlings that have been produced in order to go out to commercial farmers. All of these, and in fact, almost all the plants you'll see today came from those original 30 seedlings. And this variety is looking extremely promising in South Africa. So yeah, it's state-of-the-art facilities. They have concrete floors in the seedling facility with underground hot water heating that goes to the concrete. So temperatures maintained all year round. So a very sophisticated operation. This is a tunnel that we're setting up on Kurt Stock's farm in Pongola. We don't want to have all our eggs in one basket, as they say. So we are improving our variety, and we are developing other varieties for disease resistance, for suitability to different climate zones. So this is another small facility. It's about 400 kilometers from the commercial nursery you saw. And the idea is to separate our plant, not have all our risk in one place, and also to continue to develop. So I just want to talk about where we're doing this in South Africa. So obviously this is a map of South Africa. We have trials in KwaZulu-Natal. So this is the very arable part of South Africa, is Natal and this Mpumalanga area. The bulk of South Africa, this whole western part is very dry. In fact, South Africa only has about 3.5% arable land. So we're doing it in KwaZulu-Natal and Mpumalanga, which is also where we grow our sugarcane, because it's more tropical or subtropical climates in these areas. And more specifically, if we look at KwaZulu-Natal itself, so Durban is the 3rd biggest city, and I believe one of the biggest Indian communities in the world outside of India. So Durban is where I live. We are growing on the south coast, so it's a bit cooler on the south coast. We've got 2 trials in the Midlands. That is quite cold there. In winter, it gets below 0. And that's because of its fairly high altitude. In Pangeni, Felixton area, about 170 kilometers north of Durban, is where Quentin Bedingfield's trial, the picture you saw earlier. And then Pongola, where Kurt and a few other growers are based. Pongola is a very good growing area. It's very hot, very humid, lots of clear skies. So it's actually quite a dry climate, but they have irrigation water in abundance. So it's a fully irrigated area. And I'll show you some results from there. And then in Mpumalanga, this is where we're also growing. And here we're growing it near the Mozambique border. So this is also, it is the best growing area in the country. Very hot, very humid, known as the low veld, and extremely good soils and growing conditions. So we have our highest sugarcane yields there by a long way. And also we expect to have very high stevia yields there. Now, just to show you some of our actual plantations, this is a trial in the Midlands, so one of our colder areas. This is planted at the beginning of winter, and this is sort of midwinter this picture was taken. And as you can see, the stevia is looking fantastic. Very, very little flowering, very dense leaf development. Tests so far show a very good stevia glycoside content. So we're very excited about the Midlands. We weren't sure whether in these colder conditions it would grow well. But it's proven to grow extremely well there. So one of our very successful trials. This particular trial is also in the Midlands. This was a misty, rainy sort of a day. This is being grown on the standard system of 6 lines of plants, 4 dripper lines. This is about 1.2 hectares of stevia. Again, planted quite late in winter, so in the very cold part of winter. One of our coldest winters on record, and yet very good growth here. So this is a very exciting trial. It's a standardized trial for us. This is Pongola. Again, you can see it's quite a dry climate. You can see the hills in the background very dry, but they're fully irrigated. So very fertile soils and lots of available irrigation water. So good results there. This is after about 6 weeks of growth. You can see we're reaching sort of 26, 27 centimeters in growth and very nice dense leaf formation. So varieties performing very well in Pongola. This was center pivot, not ideal for stevia growing, but this farmer had center pivot, wanted to try it there, and we thought it would be a good experiment to see how it works. So it's been fairly good, but not as good as the drip irrigation, and the quality remains to be tested. This is our trial site in Mpumalanga. This is existing drip irrigation for sugarcane being used. Again, incredible growth. You can see on the left, around 42 centimeters. At harvest time, it was about 50 centimeters tall, very dense and looking really good. This was interesting because it's grown on the traditional drip irrigation for sugarcane, so 2 lines of drip only, and the plant density here is very low. It's only about 50,000 stevia plants per hectare, and yet the yields have been exceptionally good. So very promising, but again, probably the best agricultural growing area in the country in terms of soil, climate, etc. This is another Pongola trial. This is actually Kurt's stock. So Kurt is running our trials. He's one of the 3 directors of Stevia and intimately involved as a farmer in working out what are the best way to grow stevia in South Africa. So Kurt runs an irrigation company as well. This here is a moisture probe with telemetry attached. So we're doing quite scientific trials here, measuring moisture, stressing the plants, trying different fertilizer regimes, and seeing what we can achieve. So again, very good results for us here. And across our trials, very, very limited flowering, if any. Now, this was quite interesting for us. We were concerned about frost in the Midlands, and this trial had very severe frost. It had what we call black frost. I don't know if the term is similar in India. So clear ice, very, very heavy frost. And after the frost event, this farmer thought that he had 100% mortality here. All of the main stems of the stevia plants delaminated after the frost. And they all look dead. These are also very young plants. You can see they're quite small, they've died, quite small plants. And yet, what we actually found was we had about 40% survival. So this is where our trial was quite important, because this black weed mat, a local weed mat produced, and a grey mat was better than plastic sheeting. And we think that's because it kept the soil temperature a bit higher. But although 60% mortality seems quite catastrophic, we won't grow it in these areas regularly. It won't be a common growing area on the very frosted areas. But it was very interesting to see that despite extreme frost, this grower said it was the coldest winter in 17 years. We still had quite a high survival, which was quite pleasing to us, better than expected. This was also a frost hit area. Not as bad, so this was more of your white frost for 4 or 5 days. This farmer expected about a 25% survival of these plants, and in fact, he achieved much greater. In the end, around 90% of the plants survived. So given this was also a very severe frost event, very encouraging for us that the growth in the Midlands is better than expected, and that the frost tolerance of stevia is much greater than we expected. And so we're very pleased with those results. I just want to talk about the global market quickly. So obviously part of where we are now is we're not at the marketing stage yet, but it's important to know what the global market for stevia is. So we also got a very detailed report, again from an Indian source, and it showed some interesting information for us. Market size in terms of US dollars growing at 7.2%, and the volume growing at 6.5%, which does indicate that the prices are going up. Demand is greater than supply, and prices are increasing. It's obviously a very good trend if you're getting into this sort of market. Some more specifics, the US market growing at around 6%. This is estimates going forward, so anything from 4 to 8, but 6 to be expected. The European market around 7%, and the Asian market 8%. So clearly Asia is a growth area, and the potential is even greater. So this is encouraging for us to see a growth market. Sugar is growing at under 2% a year and also has a negative sentiment. So this is a promising crop in terms of its market sentiment. People like natural. They like natural medicines now. They like natural sweeteners. And people are trying to go away from artificial and trying to go away from high glycemic index like sugar. So we think this is very positive for us overall. This is a market presence graph from that same chart. And I think most of us involved in stevia, certainly for sweeteners, from a sweetener perspective as opposed to medicine, the Pure Circle are the world leaders. And there's a few other companies, Tate, Lal, etc., which are a bit behind. We believe we are here, again, through our strong collaborations with India and Shantanu in particular and stevia technology, but with your history in India of growing stevia, we believe that our strategy is very strong. We also have very good commercial farmers. Our commercial farmers are large scale. They are high precision farmers. We're going more and more into precision farming here. And so, we're world class in terms of yields and in terms of our farming abilities. Our engineering, sugar in the sugar mills, etc., is also very good. So we think we have the technology, the technical expertise, and the collaborations that allow us to become a world leader. And that's certainly a goal, is to become a world leader and not just to become another commodity provider or a low-cost provider. We want to play in the top end of the market. This is also from that report. So 2018, you can see only China has all of the boxes ticked at that time. I believe India should have a few more circles there, but certainly in Africa, it was only Kenya and Zambia, which grows some stevia and exports dry leaf. We want to have the full range of manufacturing, processing, laboratories here in South Africa. We're in the process of setting up a laboratory, and as I said, establishing processing. The farming is already looking very promising. So we would like to be a world leader in stevia. So I'll talk about formulations and marketing briefly. Again, so our focus has been on not selling stevia as a commodity, but selling it as a formulated product, sort of an end user product. That's where the market is going. People want to buy bespoke products that meet their needs. So a lot of effort's going into how we formulate and market that. And again, our collaboration with international partners, and particularly India, is key there. We have no experience in this. We are growing the first stevia to be grown in South Africa. There has been some blending done here before, but mostly the stevia that's in the country, and it is widely available, is imported from elsewhere. We'd like to produce it locally and like to collaborate that with other people. So the other thing that our marketing team has been looking at is the different market segments. So on the left here, you have the sort of lifestyle, health shop, organic packaging, sort of bring your own container, which is becoming quite big in South Africa. On the high end of the market, people are trying to become more and more sustainable, get away from packaging and plastic, etc. And then we also think there's a potential to target a younger youth market. When I was part of SA Cane Growers, and Kurt Stock is still involved in cane grows, we produced a cane juice. So also through collaboration in India and stuff we learned over there, we produced a sugarcane juice. The preservation was through pasteurization, so no preservatives. So a natural cane juice. We believe there's an opportunity to also produce a lower glycemic index juice. So reduce the sugar content maybe by half, reduce the bricks down to maybe 6, add stevia, and have a lower glycemic index energy drink that's natural, sugarcane and stevia based, but also targets that market where people want to have something healthy, something natural. So we think there's potential for that end of the market as well. Just in terms of ongoing collaboration, it's very exciting to be part of a conference like this. We were part of something similar a year ago, and there certainly is a lot of growth there. And we believe, obviously to date, it's probably been more than 3 years now. We've worked along with Shantanu and other Indian companies and collaborators, and we think there's a great synergy between Africa and India. I love the term frugal engineering, which Shantanu introduced me to. Now, we see India as being quite similar to Africa in some ways, very sophisticated in some ways, and in other ways, simple technology works for us. We built a biogas plant with European technology, and it's very, very complicated. I saw your simple frugal plants in India. That's better for Africa. We want simple engineering, simple technology that just works. It suits our climate better, and it suits our region better to have simple technology. So we've certainly learned that the collaboration between South Africa and India is key to us, and we think that ongoing it's going to be even more important that we collaborate together with like-minded individuals. And like I say, my 2 trips have been invaluable, and we actually would not have started this project, and we certainly would not be as successful as we have been to date, and it is early days, without working very closely with India. So that's all from me for now. Once again, thanks very much for the opportunity. We are new. We don't have products yet, but we are going about this, we think, in a very professional way with a long-term view. And we look forward to more collaboration and more working together with companies in India and elsewhere into the future. So thanks very much.
Thank you. A very good evening, good afternoon. Actually, CEO Sahab is another meeting. I am Deputy Director, NMBB is sharing the session right now. So thank you, Research Sahab. You have given a very good information about the marketing of different medicinal plants, particularly on stevia for global marketing and its technology used for the marketing aspects. So it's very good information. Any questions, please? Other members.
I'm Professor Ashish Majumdar.
Yeah, please.
I'd like to thank Mr. Richard for giving such a nice, idea about particularly the forecast that is going to happen we are expecting to happen in 2020 and 2030. So far, the stevia market is concerned, and it's also very important to note that even in East Asia, we have a lot of expectations. So far, it's the market demand is concerned. So stevia is becoming probably a very important, is going to play a very important role in our medicinal plant sector. And we are really looking forward. Here also we are doing some projects with, particularly with Mr. Shantanu Chakraborty and Janus Life Sciences on behalf of, obviously, National Medicinal Plant Board is supporting that. So thank you very, I think, Richard Harvest, and I am welcoming Dr. Murugeshwaran, our Deputy Director, National Medicinal Plant Board, and it's due to inability of Dr. Shastri. He's being in a very important meeting of the ministry, suddenly called because he was almost ready. Even at 12:30, he has confirmed. I think this meeting, there might be some very, very emergency meeting has been called for which he has to leave. And I think now we will be able to, Dr. Murugeshwaran will be chairing the session. But
I'm sharing the session. No issues. We will proceed further.
Dr. Murugeshwaran, I take this opportunity to introduce our next speaker, the eminent personality, Dr. C.K. Katia. So
actually, right now we
So just I am introducing him. Probably you do not have it readily available with you now. So let me do it because he is an eminent personality in the field of medicinal plant sector, probably very well known to everybody in India and abroad. So Dr. Katia, I'm welcoming you very much here because I know personally very much, and he is a great supporter of medicinal plant sectors. Now, he was born on September 27, 1954, and Dr. Chandrakant Katia, is MD in Ayurveda and PhD in Pharmacology, Rasha Shastra from Institute of Medical Sciences, Banaras, Hindu University, Varanasi. This unique blend of Ayurvedic and modern medicine knowledge has helped him in interpreting Ayurvedic principles and practices in modern scientific language. For the last about 30 years, Dr. Katia has been in the helm of affairs at India's best research and development driven companies like Ranbaxy Laboratories Limited, Gurgaon, as Director, Herbal Drug Research, and Dabur India Limited as Head and Vice President of Dabur Research and Development Center, NCR, Delhi. Currently, Dr. Katia is Chief Executive Officer, Healthcare Technical of Imami Limited at Kolkata, India. During his tenure, Dr. Katia has developed several of top-selling Ayurvedic herbal besides pharmaceutical products in the field of neurology and oncology. He has also made significant contributions in plants-based drug discovery. Dr. Katia, actually there is a lot of things to say about him. Just to particularly his reference to the ministry, I am telling you, he is a member of multiple important committees, including governing body of IBSD or of DBT and All India Institute of Ayurveda of Ministry of Ayush and Southeast Asia expert panel on dietary supplements for United States Pharmacopoeia. So Dr. Katia is a Vice President, Society for Ethnopharmacology, India, and also has been 2 terms President of Society for New Age Herbals. Dr. Katia is a hardcore researcher, academician, and expert in regulatory policies for traditional medicines, including Ayurveda. So this is, in a very nutshell, what Dr. C.K. Katia is. And I switch over to the session chair, Dr. Murugeshwaran, please. You may request Dr. Katia to join, deliver his address.
It's very interesting, very nice introduction for Dr. Katia. It's good. Actually, the session, the topic, global market potential medicinal plants, the recent market trends. It's a very interesting one, and there are many medicinal plants which has got high value right now because of this COVID-19 pandemic. There are many medicinal plants like Tulsi or Ashwagandha and Gilo, all like that, and Kalme, all medicinal plants are getting very high demand in the industry and as well as in the national and global level. So I think Dr. C.K. Katia will give more information about the medicinal plants global market and the trend that right now, the demand and the requirement. So I request Dr. C.K. Katia to give your presentation. Sir, please.
Thank you very much, Professor Ashish Majumdar and Dr. Sastry and Dr. Murugeshwaran from NMPB for giving the opportunity to share some of my views, and congratulations for having the international conference. I think the time is very apt to hold this kind of meeting because, as Dr. Murugeshwaran said, that it's a high time, and India has shown that how to use herbs and Ayush products to protect its population from COVID-19. Recently, it has been vast evidences have been generated. Today, what we'll do, because we are talking of global scenario, so some of this information, to global scenario, what I will do, I'll be sharing what are the top 40 selling medicinal plants in the world. Out of them, and especially in America, and out of them, how many are Indian plants? And there are some of the Indian plants which are available in other countries also, some of which are specific to India also. And I briefly narrate their benefits. Now, this slide, I think almost everybody who is working in the field of biodiversity and medicinal plants knows that India is a hub of biodiversity and medicinal and aromatic plants, and it has we have a huge biodiversity. So 15 agroclimatic zones, I think it is second day, so most of you might already have been aware of it. And India is a home to coolest and the hottest both the climates. And yesterday you have seen very unfortunate thing happening, the glacier in Uttarakhand. That was one of the coolest areas, and with this come lot of other human problems also. And the good thing in India is that we have institutions ranging from Himalayas up to the plains, everywhere. Agricultural universities, very good network is available for collaborative work in India. For today's presentation, what we have done is, we have selected top selling herbs, list of those herbs. How we have taken the list from US, 3-year sales of herbs from 2 data sources published by Herbalgram from American Botanical Council. We also looked at physician desk reference for herbal medicines. Though it does not give the market research, it does not give about the volumes or sales, but it gives about the benefits of the product which are being used. Then we also screen, being member of the United States Pharmacopoeia Herbal Medicine Compendium. We also have looked at what kind of plants we are working there, total list of plants. And we also have consulted one of the latest books by Mr. C.P. Khare, World Healing Plant for Tomorrow. Besides, we also have consulted one more book. And basis that, we have arrived at this list. Look at the top selling herb is Marubium vulgare, worth $63 million, single. Echinacea worth $39 million. Now, echinacea is for common cough and cold. Cranberry is $38 million. Now come 3 Indian plants: turmeric with 34, flaxseed with 24 million, and garcinia with $22 million potential. And then green tea. I don't say that green tea comes only from India. There are multiple sources, like from China also. And then Simpsifera simosis is a $20 million, followed by aloe vera and ginger. The ginger also comes from multiple countries, but Indian ginger from Northeast is very, very special in terms of therapeutic benefits. Then comes valerian, both European and Indian, is worth $30 million. Milk thistle, to my surprise, I found that it is one of the most effective products for liver care, but it was worth $13 million. Followed by ivy leaf, Serena repens. But if you look at Indian plants, fenugreek coming at $12 million, and garlic also $1 million. Next, coconut oil. It is a recent entry. It was not there 2 years ago. Coconut oil has entered, now it is selling worth $8 million. And Senna worth $5 million, and Boswellia we will share later when we discuss about the individual plants, about $5 million. It's upcoming. And then fennel, cannabis. If we forget cannabis right now, because cannabis mostly is being cultivated in US, this is not Indian cannabis, but it's cannabis, its origin in India anyway. So fennel, green coffee extract, and ashwagandha. These $3 million seeds. Ashwagandha also is the latest entry in the last 5 years. It has grown at tremendous speed. So these are out of the 40 plants, there are 16 plants which are from Indian origin. And look at their volumes. Aloe is 15,600 metric tons. Ashwagandha, 4,190 tons. And this is their Indian domestic consumption. This is not exports. It's Indian domestic consumption. Ginger, more than 2,000 tons. Turmeric, 1,300 tons. This is the consumption for medicinal purposes. But turmeric is a very common spice in India. So therefore, its consumption actually might be multiple times more than this. Senna, about 1,000 tons. Boswellia, 650 tons. Fennel, and now the fennel, methi, and garlic. These 3 also are the spices. So there, and this is the use, this tonnage is only for the medicinal use, but non-medicinal use as a food, as a spice, is a multiple times more than this. Garcinia, I can say almost 90% of Garcinia exported from India to US. So Indian, and if this is India, then you can say almost 3,000 tons, maybe not 3,000, sorry, almost 1,000 tons, maybe the total Garcinia production, including exports. Then I'll see that flaxseed. looking at these plants individually, if you look at curcuma longa, there's turmeric. Now, everybody knows curcumin. I think this is if I may say so, I think after ginseng, curcumin is the most researched product, and most of the research has been conducted in US on curcumin, and you name the activity and this has the activity. However, it has its own problem. That's why it could not become a drug. It is still used as a dietary supplement. The problem was basically of the its absorption in the intestines, very low absorption. Fosler uses are too many. In the modern uses, some of the clinical trials which have been conducted, but recently during this COVID in India, its sale has gone up tremendously, and only because of its immunity enhancing property and its anti-allergic property, which was probably responsible for protecting from respiratory infections. And its total, its US sales is 34 million, only US I am talking. Look at the ginger office nail. Ginger office nail, one of the, it is also specific to India, but it has multiple varieties. But most therapeutically most effective ginger, it comes from northeast of India. And one of the uses is anti-cancer drug-induced vomiting, for which there is no treatment, or actually not, I will say, not very effective treatment. There, ginger works. And also in pregnancy-induced vomiting, also ginger is very good. Besides that, ginger also good as a digestion and for inflammation. Like in joint therapy, in Ayurveda it is said that when you have when you have knee joint pain, just take ginger for 75 days. And taking ginger into the dose of 3 grams per day for 75 days, the need of the medication just get reduced by 50%, and intensity of pain also get reduced by 50%. So ginger is very useful. Then comes allium sativum. Most of the work on allium sativum has been done, I will say, on hypertension and heart-related things in Europe. Now, garlic also, when the clinical trials have been conducted, it has been conducted on the powder, on the oil, and on the clove itself directly. And so many clinical trials have used so many different doses that it has become very difficult to identify a particular dose, particular drug, particular dosage form. But the fact remains that this is one of the most researched product, and being part of a spice, people are using it as a spice. Therefore, probably its medicinal properties are also coming while it's being used as a part of the vegetables, cooked vegetables. It's spicy. Aloe vera, everybody knows. multiple activities in India. In Ayurveda, it is very good for two purposes, basically for liver and for skin care, and also for topical products in skin care as a moisturizer. Feniculum is one of the best product for anti-flatulent and digestive. Some of the time what happens is it's Ayurvedic uses something different, but when somebody conducts a clinical trial, they do something different. Like here, it has been tested for respiratory complaints, but Ayurveda does not recommend it for respiratory complaints. Ayurveda recommends it for flatters, for digestion. So it has its own space in the field of medicine. And this is flaxseed is one of the probably one of the few vegetarian sources of the omega-3 fatty acids, which is very good for heart. A lot of studies have been conducted on its usefulness for skin, but you see, somebody has also conducted a study on constipation. So it has multiple therapeutic benefits, and the total sales in US is $24 million. Within somnifera, I was saying that this is one of the wonder drug, and it has all the potential of being sold throughout the world, higher volume than actually ginseng. And recently also in India, Withania somnifera was one of the first plant, the compound from which methanol had shown the activity directly on the SARS-CoV-2 virus. This was one of the first plants, Glycyrrhiza and Withania. These two are the first plants to report it for activity, and it has shown its usefulness during throughout this whole pandemic in India. And one of the, let me share with you, recently I saw an article that why the load in India is low, why the mortality is low. People are shying away from accepting the fact that this low incidence, this low rate of mortality is because of the predominant use of Ayurvedic medicines, Indian systems of medicine being promoted by the government of India, Ministry of Ayush, for Ayurvedic immunoboosters like Chyawanprash, like Withania somnifera, which is ashwagandha, like turmeric, and like giloy, like Tinospora cardifolia. So some of them have already entered US market and Europe market, but say for example Tinospora has not yet entered global market. So we need to do special efforts for that. Boswellia, as on today, government, a company wants to develop a product for arthritis, for osteoarthritis. It is not possible to develop a product without having Boswellia serrata, be it topical product or be it oral capsule, whatever. But this has become the essential component. However, its market potential has not grown to its potential. It's only $5 million. I am sure, but this is US market. In India, I think almost similar sales might be in India also. But as of today, this is one of the most effective product for osteoarthritis, and it has become essential component for most of the products for arthritis. I think this has a monopoly item. This is a monopoly item. So Sena is the monopoly item for constipation, one of the most effective product, and I think 90% Sena goes from India, and this is organically grown, mostly Rajasthan. And but the problem is that the kind of technology which should have gone into its cultivation has not gone into it. So what happens is you take first crop and you get almost 5% of senosides. But by the time you go on rotation, third crop comes, it goes down to 2.5% of senosides. Unfortunately, the global quality standards do not include senoside as the quality parameter. It is pharmacopoeia includes. Indian pharmacopoeia includes. But when it is exported, senoside as a marker compound is missing. So therefore, lot of research still needs to go into the cultivation and technology of Sena to maintain the senoside content at almost 5% today. It's close to 3.5% only. Garcinia, I think whenever we talk of anti-obesity products, anti-obesity ingredients, Garcinia always comes on top, be it US, be it Europe, anywhere. And it is, I think, most of the Garcinia exported from India. It's Indian origin product containing hydrocytric acid. However, too many clinical trials have not been conducted, and if conducted, 50% of them say the efficacy is good, 50% of say it has placebo effect. So there is no confirmation. But the fact remains that as on today, for obesity, Garcinia is #1 product. And actually, I know a company in Hyderabad which at one time was exporting 1,000 tons of Garcinia, 1,000 tons, and whole factory was dedicated to Garcinia to US. This is Trigonella phenum gaseum. It was earlier known to be a digestive, to be a product good for say anti-inflammatory other things, but for the past 6 to 8 years. It is also known for its very good efficacy on diabetes, lowering down the blood sugar. And currently, Indian Council of Medical Research is developing this trigonella based product, fenugreek based product for pre-diabetes as a phytopharmaceutical, which probably may be one of the first phytopharmaceutical drug for a condition called pre-diabetes. Basis human clinical trials on almost 700 patients. The trial is going to start very soon as a phytopharmaceutical. So at the end, out of the 16 top Indian medicinal plants, nearly 5 are already being exported in large volumes. But what about the rest? There are certain plants which are yet not there in the list, like Andrographis paniculata is not in the list. Like Brahmi has not yet achieved the status to come in the top 40, right? So Andrographis, Brahmi, Tinospora, Giloy, these are the 3 products which also should include here. And I think huge opportunities there. We need to put more efforts to increase the export volume, and considering our strengths of various different agroclimatic zones, we should consider domesticating some of the top selling plants of the world from US, from Europe, and bring them to India, cultivate them in India, and then again look at their business, look at their export. Like I say, why cannot India cultivate Silimarin, Silibum marianum? Why cannot we cultivate in India? So this can be another way of looking at enhancing the exports of the medicinal plants from India by domesticating some of the top selling products of the world in India. because of the various because the benefit of multiple agroclimatic zones. And I would like to suggest that India should take up only 7 plants in mission mode. Only 7 plants in mission mode: Ashwagandha, Boswellia, Amla, Giloy, Brahmi, and now this one more plant, this Mucuna pruriens. Mucuna pruriens is one of the most important plant for multiple aspects, right from Parkinson's disease up to the mood elevator in today's world, when world is suffering from depression, very high incidence of depression. Mucuna pruriens stands very good chance. And this is in addition to the list of plants which already shared. And simultaneously, we need to focus on the quality planting material, as I was discussing about the SENA. So cultivation protocols need to be validated. Value addition and capacity building should be done at primary level. And National Medicinal Plants Board, I know Dr. Sastry, very good friend of mine. They are now, I think, making a plan, huge plan in India for creation, value addition at the local level and capacity building at the primary level. So primary processing should be done at the place of cultivation, and there is some kind of value addition. I think that will take India forward, and medicinal plants comes to India very, very naturally. Like traditional medicine, like Ayurveda, is inbuilt in our homes. We are born with that. Our mothers knew in which kind of dal to add turmeric, and in which kind of dal to add asafoetida, hing. No, she does not add hing to her ki dal. She adds only in the moong ki dal. So our mothers also were experts in Ayurveda, and so there are lot of wisdom, lot of unknown heroes still available which are not yet been explored. So let us look at and one more thing: what is good for Indians, it's good for the people living outside India also, good for the globe. That's why we always call Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. What's good for me is good for you also. So let us convert this into a huge business opportunity. And with this, I am very thankful to National Medicinal Plants Board and to Jadavpur University, especially Professor Ashish Majumdar, for giving me an opportunity. And if there are any questions, I'll be happy to reply.
Yeah, it is very, thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your wonderful lecture and informative talk, particularly on the top listed medicinal plant and their demand and requirement in national and global level. But it is very interesting, like Udania, so many of Boswellia serrata, Cassia, angustifolia, and Garcinia. You have given very good information about many of the medicinal plants, the top listed medicinal plant. So it may, I think it will be very useful to the farmers and the cultivators and those who are working on the medicinal plant sectors. So it is very, thank you very much for this wonderful informative talk. So if any questions, please, other participant, you can come forward with any one or two questions. So Katira Saab is ready to give answer now.
I have a small question, particularly I know.
Any questions? Otherwise, we'll, yeah.
I have a small question.
Yeah,
Sir,
please.
I have a small question. Actually, not a question, rather, I would like to have some guidance from Dr. Katia as well as the other panelists present, particularly the Richard, Mr. Richard. So it's basically my question is that so for the farmers' livelihood of India is concerned, what sort of obviously it depends upon the particular scenario of particular agroclimatic conditions, but whatever other species which we can very easily get a good market with not much processing at the field level, particularly at the farmer level. If you can give certain ideas, we can promote that for the people for the farmers in particular.
May I?
Yeah.
So Avla is simplest. Avla is simplest. Let me share with you a success story of National Medicinal Plant Board. Dr. Sastry is aware. Dr. Murgeshwaran may not be aware that in the Madhya Pradesh, there was the forest of Madhya Pradesh, there was a village of only 25 families. Their total income was 2,500 rupees a month. So 30,000 rupees a month. What Medicinal Plant Board, through a project given to given to Forest Department of Madhya Pradesh, we gave 100 plants of Amla to each family. I told them to maintain those plants at and whatever required to do their own. So those 100 plants were maintained by those families, with one family, 100 plants, right? For 3 years. After that, whatever Amla is grown, that Forest Department will purchase from you and sell it in the market. Can you believe? After 3 years, from 30,000, their income grew to 3 lakh rupees. Right? So Amla is one simple thing which grows everywhere. But to my personal opinion, if you ask, if you want to increase the income of the farmer, it should be the aromatic plants rather than the medicinal plants. Because if you increase the cost of medicinal plants, then the cost of medicine also goes up. And the same poor person will not be able to afford that medicine.
Okay.
So I think if you want to increase the income, go for aromatic plants, right? If you want to make the product available, medicine available, then please do not include medicinal plants in the scheme of doubling the income. It's a double whammy.
Yeah. Now the thing may be that we need to particularly we need to develop the thing in such a way so that we can do certain things for the aromatic plants also. But as you know, NMPB, Dr. Murugeshan is there.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yes, please. Actually, where NMPB is focusing on the cultivation of medicinal plants across the country. Our CEO, Sastry Sahab has taken very good efforts to give the guidance and all. Our national SMPB and RCFC also there. We are interacting with the coordinating with the farmers of all over the country to promote the cultivation of medicinal plants in different regions.
Yeah.
So for technical aspects as well as marketing aspects, we are giving guidance, and also for QPM, we have tie up with the ICR institutes and CSIR institutes for producing the quality planting material for cultivation purpose. So apart from that, we have the marketing side also. We have tie up with the industries with the buyback agreement of raw materials. So all those things we are initiated, and I hope that in the future, coming months, coming years, farmers definitely will get benefit out of the cultivation of medicinal plant through the National Medicinal Plant Board. I am very much sure about it. I am also confident about this. Please, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Katia. With your kind permission, Dr. Murugeshwaran, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Soikat Kumar Basu. He is our next speaker. Let me introduce him. Mr. Soikat Kumar Basu did his 2 masters in botany, specialization microbiology from the University of Calcutta, and agricultural studies from the University of Lethbridge, Canada. Currently serving as the Executive Research Director, Performance Seed, Lethbridge, Alberta, Canada. He has several peer-reviewed articles and book chapters published in reputed national and international journals. He has written, edited, co-edited over 25 books. He has participated in a number of national and international seminars and conferences, presenting papers and posters, and is an active member of a number of organizations in Canada and India. He is associated as an editor and contributor to the Encyclopedia of Earth, specializing in areas of biological and environmental sciences, traditionally trained in botany and specializing in microbiology, works actively in various areas of plants, sciences and environmental conservation. The author works extensively on forage crops like forage legumes and grasses, medicinal herbs and spice crops like fenugreek. Yesterday we had a lot of discussion on fenugreek as well. Currently, he is also working in areas of pollinator insect conservation, integrated habitat development, and on establishing pollinator sanctuaries in various agroclimatic regions. Soikat received the Graduate Citizenship Award 2009 Alberta Graduate Student Award 2009, CSA Best Article Award 2010, SAEA Volunteer Award 2011, AFC Celebrate Agriculture in Alberta Photo Award, and ASPB Peggy Thompson Publication Award 2014. Gopal Chandra Bhattacharya Award, Annual Award 2020 GBMC, and Professor GB Matthew Award CMRA. So with this, I request Dr. Murugeshwaran to please invite Mr. Soikat Kumar Basu to deliver his address. Dr. Murugeshwaran, please.
Yes, please. So I hope that he will also come with some good information about the marketing and the other aspects of the medicinal plants regarding of the business and national and global level. So I hope that he will give more information on this regard. Please, sir, please come. Please give your presentation.
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here at this August occasion, and I thank the organizer, the Ayush Ministry, and the Jadavpur University for inviting me and providing this platform to share my views. I won't be using any PowerPoint slides. I'll rather use this platform and an opportunity for a direct communication. Thank you and welcome to everyone. My sincere gratitude to all the speakers, participants, and organizers. I come from Canada. I was raised in Calcutta and I work and live in Canada. I am now visiting India to see my parents, and it was an opportunity, therefore, to bang on to your conference. I would like to thank the government of India for establishing the Ayush Ministry. I think it's an outstanding, innovative idea and a door opener for a huge industrial development in the coming years. Nonetheless, to start, I would like to suggest that this year or the past year has been devastating for the entire world. The COVID-19 pandemic has economically crippled many developing countries, including developed countries like United States, Canada, and European Union in several ways. And there has been so much sad loss of lives and livelihood, unemployment across the world. However, if there is one silver lining that came up with the COVID-19 pandemic globally, has been this fact that the use of medicinal plants or Ayurveda or traditional medicinal practices has come up to the entire world in absence of any applicable synthetic drugs available for restricting and controlling COVID-19. I think this is a gateway and a grand opportunity for a country or like a biodiverse country or like India, which has a huge plethora of medicinal plants, and it opens up a massive business opportunities. Last but not the least, I would like to share how we operate and where we look for collaboration with India is in the fact that, say, for example, I am predominantly a forage producing company, but we do a lot of medicinal plants as there is a huge demand for quality medicinal plant products and medicinal plant crude extracts in Western countries, including United States and Canada. Now, particularly with respect to Canada, it's a huge, massive, the world's second largest country with very little population, close to around 30 to 35 million people, but it has huge agricultural industry. One of the challenges in Canada, in particularly in agriculture, is the short growing season. We have only 100 frost-free days to produce our crops. But the extensive agricultural system in Canada is such, and the fields are so vast, varying between 5 to 50,000 or 60,000 acres of land under one farmer, that you can produce extensively. One of the challenges, particularly with respect to medicinal plants that we have faced, and it's our personal experience and my personal experience too, it's not easy to grow medicinal plants across outside South Asia, particularly plants from India, Pakistan, China. What we have to do is we get requests, we get seeds, you have to acclimatize those, you get phytosanitary certificates, you need to grow them, you have to grow them in various environments. And finally, what we were finding is even the top certified species or top certified cultivars from India, Pakistan, and other countries, when you are growing them across United States and Canada, we are finding that in several instances, these high-yielding varieties are actually producing very, very low amount of all those important chemical compounds, which could be, sapogenins, glycosides, glucosinolates, essential amino acids, complex carbohydrates like galactomannan. We find it hard to grow there. Our years of experience has shown that plants usually respond to a genotype into environment interaction. So a plant which is a high producing in India or China does not really produce the same seed when you are grown in a different environment like Canada and United States. They usually do not perform very well. So you need to go through a long cycle of breeding where you make selections of the top varieties, look into their chemical constituents, ability to withstand the natural environment, other arbitrary agricultural parameters, grow them in multi-location, and then you may come up with one or two varieties that are well-performing and that suits to the needs of the pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, and the functional food industries in the Western countries. Now, this is a very cost-enduring process for many Western countries like Canada. We could not afford too many years of experimentation of growing such medicinal plants. For example, I'll give you an example. Andrographis paniculata, a herbaceous plant from the Acanthaceae family, is an annual herb, excellent medicinal properties called kalmeg and green chirata. We found it very difficult to grow that in Canada and in various parts of United States because it would simply not produce the same quality of chemicals that you would see them growing in India. So these agroclimatic variations take such a long time in the breeding process to come up with an essential cultivar that can deliver at the industrial platform, makes it very difficult for us sometimes to grow them. And all the pharmaceutical companies, Western companies, highlighting mostly on nutraceuticals and functional food industries, do not want to spend that much money or 5 or 7 years of experiment research, and then coming up and screening out those cultivars. Yet, we do a lot of screening of hundreds and thousands of medicinal plants across the world to see which particular one is functioning for a particular control of a particular disease or a particular kind of an ailment. So in that particular way, what the countries want to do, like USA and Canada, it is easier for these countries to buy bulk products from India at a much reasonable rate and get a high quality product that could be processed here in Canada. And then you get those crude extracts and then sell them to the pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, or functional food companies. For example, I'll give you one more example of a functional food industry. Say, for example, a bread package of 10 or 12 slices of bread costs $5 to $6. A functional food industry wants to enrich the medicinal quality of that bread that someone is eating. And it's like organic food production. So they will mix another 10, 20 different types of seeds. Some of them are cereals, some of them are medicinal plants, which are certified by the Agriculture and Agri-Food Canada, or the USDA, United States Department of Agriculture, that it is edible, could be integrated into human food system. And then this same bread slices, which was $6, become $15 to $20 in the open market. And the companies make enormous profit because they are our buyers, they are our customers who are interested in having value-added product. They will rather go for a nutraceutical bread paying $20 at this stage and point of economy rather than a $5 flat bread. Because it's nutraceutically enriched. Same for the nutraceutical industries, where they look for a wide range of phytochemicals, starting from glucosinolates to whatnot, to flavonoid, isoflavonoid, isoprenoids. But as I told you, medicinal plants are not grown very commercially. The medicinal plants across the world that are available to most of these industries actually are already crops. For example, we use a lot of chemicals from the spice crops, aromatics crops, for extracting of essential oil, flavor oils, aromatic oils, or they are used in spice. But they also have a huge amount of medicinal properties. Many drugs are developed from that. But these are already recognized crops, and they have been used for decades. But when you are looking for introducing a new crop like Andrographis paniculata, which has huge medicinal property, it becomes extremely difficult to grow them. And it takes a long time to grade an essential cultivar that can deliver at the industrial level. But while this opens up a huge opportunity for a country like India with huge stock of medicinal plants, it's a challenge for exporters, particularly from the United States, Canada, and others. And this is an example we have shared, is the complexity of getting these resources. First of all, there is, like whenever a new company is looking for a particular ingredient, they reach the Ministry of Trade or Commerce or Culture, and they are moving around like from one window to another without getting any direction. I'll share one personal example, and we have several. It's several years back, we were trying to get some information from the Botanical Survey of India. We tried reaching the highest level of Botanical Survey of India, the primary, secondary, tertiary, quaternary, all kinds of level. We never got any information, never an acknowledgement of an email, fax, WhatsApp, whatever we have tried. Now, this creates a frustration because this is a day of online digital platform. If you do not get a communication or people do not direct you whom to contact, the next stop is, as usual, is China. Because China's international markets makes it very easy for international exporters to get materials from them. You can set up online discussion, get your contract signed. The red tapeism, particularly now in India, still holds back extensively in this trade and commerce aspect. Now, I was lucky enough once to be with the High Commission in Toronto, the High Commission of India in Toronto, and there they suggested that why don't you approach the Honorable Prime Minister Modi's portal called Right to the Prime Minister, where he requested this information. And to our amazement, we received this information package from the Botanical Survey of India by a speed post within 2 weeks of filing a request and a complaint. Now, I am not here to make a complaint, or I'm not here like giggling for asking for pointing fingers at various institutions. We have the same kind of experience with various premier institutes across India from science and technology background, including the premier IITs, where you just do not get a line of communication. People are not directing you to the person that you need to contact or communicate, and then the country loses an opportunity, right? I request the Ministry of Ayush to take this as apply from exporters from the Western countries to make this process easier. An officer holding a highest position has a responsibility towards his job, and he's bound to respond or answer. I believe that a single executive director or a director general is not the only person holding that office. There are several secretaries and assistants to them. But it is to our astonishment to this day of digital platform that you do not get a simple communication to reach various people, key resource people when you are in need. Vis-a-vis, if you place this as an example of our collaboration with a private company, we usually get very good response from that. But sometimes you cannot get things done just by tying up with a private company in India. You need to knock doors of the universities. You need to knock doors for technology transfer. You need to get a contract signed. And then comes the long process of contract signature, which goes through so many loops and so many offices that you lose interest. And your next best stop is China, because you can get that done in 3 days or a month. India being an English-speaking country makes it so easier for us to communicate and get things done. One of the biggest challenges in China is communication, because they do not understand English. But in spite of using translator to communicate, we have been way more successful in getting responses, resources from China. And this is not just my experience. This has been an experience from various other countries. It is easier to do trade with Indonesia. It is easier to do trade with Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, even Nepal, compared to India, because of this attitude of being incognito in your office. I hereby request the Ministry of Ayush that this is a grand opportunity of medicinal plant commercialization, particularly for pharmaceutical, nutraceutical, and functional food industries across the Western world. I'm not just talking about Canada. By making this process easier, we need a line of communication. We talk about four pillars of trade and commerce in the modern time. And this is cooperation, coordination, collaboration, and communication, the 4 C's of modern trade and industry. And if India is holding back in getting those big transition, in spite of being a master and a colossal giant in the field of information technology, is this lack of communication. This is a case of attitude, I feel, and I think that this needs to change. It cannot be done overnight, I understand that, but the government of India and the Ministry of Ayush needs to facilitate this so that it becomes easier for exporters to reach the key resource people in India for setting up business collaborations, for setting up scientific tie-ups. There are several companies who would even sponsor Indian students to come and do PhDs and other higher studies if you get a response. A vast amount of time, it may be shocking to reveal, you do not get any response, whether it's phone call, whether it's email. And the other thing that we receive is whenever a government official finally replies is through us like a snail mail. It comes via speed post, but you really do not need to spend taxpayers' money by sending the same letter. You can just email it to us. It saves the day, it saves the time, and it saves the process of making important decisions that could be done over the table within a very short time. Please do not take this as a criticism. I love India as much as you, and I want to see India as a global competitor of China in this. But India itself is holding itself back by not allowing this unique platform to open up and make trade and commerce easier. The other thing that is most important to do is about the quality control. Many times, as we have ordered materials on and from India, you will find there is adulteration or there is quality deterioration during the process of transport. I understand that India still needs to work towards, preservation, packaging of materials, because you will get, mold growth or moist materials being transported, and then the shipment is canceled. It's a loss for the company. There are also challenges with respect to honey. Like honey becomes like Indian honey, particularly the Sundarban honey, is highly valued across the Western world. It's called the gold bar of trade and commerce, particularly in the honey industry, apiculture industry. The high prices that many companies pay, they do not get the quality material. China has been shipping adulterated sugar-coated honey in huge amount, and hence they have suffered a huge setback in their apiculture industry. It's just because of the fact that there is too much adulteration. It's sugar syrup being mixed with honey, 50-50, and being sold. Now, when a small company in India or a big company in India does that, it does not impact that particular company. It does not impact that particular university. What it impacts the brand India. A Western company, when it processes and pays the money and gets a substandard material, either through the process of deterioration that has gone through during the process of transportation, or during the process of harvest, or during the process of storage, it causes them huge economic losses. Even by canceling the shipment, the amount of time that is being lost from this material being ordered and the material being received and then being cancelled is also like, even if you get the money back, the amount of credibility that this company has to pay to its customer in Canada or US is huge. What happens is that next time they will not be utilizing the same resource, the same window, the same company to buy anymore their products. So I request the Ayush Ministry and the quality control operation system in India to please pay attention to this, because this is the way we lose, or India lose huge amount of business opportunity to other countries. China has suffered significantly because of this. There has been a bad reputation because they have been sending substandard material. The quality control system in any Western countries, whether it's Canada, whether European Union or United States, is very high. And these analyses could be done at a very short time. And if they find by doing random sampling that the quality is substantial, then it's a loss. It's not a win-win situation for Canada. It's not a win-win situation for India. But I do see that there is huge opportunity in India. Like you have all the resource personnel, you have all the technologies available, and it does not cost that much in this modern day and time to maintain this quality control. Of course, the harvesting system needs to be changed or upgraded, or there may be a gap between how this is being done. I feel that the Ministry of Agriculture and other related trade and commerce industry needs to form an integrated platform where there is talks between Ayush and other these ministries that will help and facilitate the quality control aspect, the harvesting process, the storage process, and then their shipping to the other industries. And Ayush could be the platform for the trade and commerce boom that is coming up. India has a huge name for medicinal plants across the Western world. There are several people before even the pandemic hit would like to visit Southern India for Ayurvedic treatments, for collecting Ayurvedic medications, because it's cheaper and it's high quality. Many times, several patients who have been turned down from many unique hospitals or specialized hospitals in the United States and Canada could find their treatment back in Ayurvedic treatment in India. So it has become a boom towards the medical tourism in Southern India. Particularly, I'm aware of Kerala, that has been doing very good. So same is with the process of shipping of medicinal plant production. India has the agroclimatic zones. India has the manpower. It's cheaper to produce these plants here. All we want to do is them buy a high quality product from India so that we can profit and India can profit at the same time. We also understand through ground surveys that sometimes these plants that we buy or this honey that we collect from across the various companies, the farmers, the producers at the lowest end are the least receivers. They possibly do not get these big prices that is being paid to various companies because these go through various middlemen. I would request the government of India to take care of this so that the process makes it easier, so that the farmers could benefit. It would regenerate employment in the rural sector in India. It will help in stabilizing the economy of India. And it will, by producing and providing quality products to the Western world, it will open up medical tourism. It will open up Ayurvedic tourism. It will open up research collaboration. And the other thing that needs to be developed in India is communication. With this, I would not stretch my lecture for a very long time. I once again thank Prime Minister Modi and the government of India and the Ayush Ministry for giving us this opportunity to share our views and our concerns and to highlight what are the challenges and opportunities for the government of India and Indian companies in trading with the Western countries, and what are the obstacles, what are the challenges, and what we need to do. I do sincerely believe, like a country like India, which is budding with talents, with such a young genetic pool of talents working at various institutes, these gaps could be very much easily eliminated, and India could become a primary medicinal plant supplier for the entire world, just like the IT hub has done for India. China has been providing diosgenin at the cheapest rate to the Western countries, and it has like natural diosgenin from Dioscorea, and it has become one of the largest leading producer of diosgenin in the world. Fenugreek or methi is also produces natural diosgenin and is one of the best quality, much better than what is available from China. These messages are the ministry needs to investigate in various countries and to understand which plants you need to put emphasis on, which are the plants, which are the products, which are the phytochemicals that Western companies, Western countries are looking for. And if they can cater down and provide those processed chemicals or the crude plant material for that, it would be a win-win situation, not only for India, but for the countries which will benefit. Ayurveda has been a gift of India to the entire world. I request Prime Minister Modi, through the Ministry of Ayush, to advocate to the United States to establish and ask for a day of International Day of Ayurveda, because this is a part of life. Not only for India, it is India's gift to the rest of the world. This needs to be recognized. With this establishment of the Ayush ministry, I think the government of India has taken a broad step forward. I would request further so that we can look forward for more functional cooperation, coordination, communication, and collaboration between us in the long term. With this, I extend my sincere thanks to all. We'll be happy to answer any question if you have. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Saikat Basu, we have given more information about different areas, particularly on functional food industries and organic food products. Other than that medicinal and aromatic plants activities, and you have given more information. Actually, you have rightly pointed out that line of communication, medicinal plant commercialization is very much needed. Yes, we are also working on that, and our CEO is very much focusing on this. And actually, I can say that farmers to industry, that is our focus. Medicinal plants to how they are cultivating, and with modern technical, adapting modern technology, and it goes to the ice industry. And particularly, we are concentrating on high volume and high valuable species in different regions, for the temperate higher altitudes, and also for the tropical regions. So this is a wonderful lecture you have given, and it is very useful to many of the medicinal plant related activities and farmers and other activities researchers. I hope that it is a very useful lecture for us. And now this is section is over to our.
Thank you very much.
Ashish Muzamdar to go for another lecture. He will call you for another presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. If any questions, please come over.
Yeah,
He's ready to ask.
I have a question already. I raised a hand. So now, if there is any other question, let it be addressed, then I will speak. If there is any other question from anyone else. Okay, then let me put my question. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Saikat Kumar Basu for giving a very wonderful, I should not say only a lecture, but quite an inspiring thing. So for the benefits for our farmers, which I am looking for, First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome to our regional facilitation center of National Medicinal Plant Board at Jadavpur University. And I'm the nodal coordinator, and we have Dr. Sanjay Bala as the regional director, Dr. Shomojit Bishwas as deputy director, and we have also Mr. Sudipto Ghosh as our consultant marketing. So we all are here, and we are really very happy to listen your encouraging lecture. And you see, our government of India is really trying to bring the benefits, maximum benefits to the farmers, and for doing that, obviously not only the middleman, but very importantly that whatever the certification, whatever the quality that is needed, particularly suppose your company or the companies in the Canadian aspect, what are the demands for you? Like we came to understand, like Suecia Chiroeta, or you can go for like this you have already mentioned. Kalmeg is there. So whatever these two you have already mentioned, and that's why I'd like to tell you that yes, we have our even in our eastern region there are Sikkim, there are even Himalayan range in our West Bengal. So there are plenty of this very, very useful, and very high quality Suecia Chiroeta and Kalmeg is there. So how we can make these collaborations, I want a very definite way of going there. Do something for our country, for our motherland. So as we are all inspired by our Prime Minister's initiative in the different sectors and converging the different areas of agriculture as well as the the industry and commerce. We seek your help also. Say, please come and visit our regional center at the first opportunity. So this is my invitation to you. And now I think if there is no other question, with the permission of the chair, let me introduce our next speaker, who is Mr. Saurabh Sharma, Manager Marketing and Trade, National Medicinal Plant Board, Ministry of Ayush, Government of India. Now, let me read out his biodata. He is a B Pharma graduate of Delhi University. He is an MBA from IBS Hyderabad, with 11 years of varied experience in sales management, marketing management, business strategy, international trade in pharmaceutical industry. So we will be now, I think now I request Dr. Murugeswaran as a chair, you please take request Mr. Saurabh Sharma to kindly deliver his address. So Dr. Murugeswaran, please.
Yeah. Please, thank you. Dr. Sarvasarma is my colleague, and he is the very young and energetic officer of the NMBB. He is the person linking farmers and industry and stakeholders. I hope that we will have more information about the marketing aspects, particularly in the farmers to industry. So I hope that he will give more information for the marketing and other activities for medicinal plants. Sarvasarma, please present your lecture, please.
Good evening, everyone. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
It is visible. It's visible, please. No, screen is not visible, not shared exactly. It is not visible.
Is it visible now?
No, not yet.
It's showing started screen sharing.
No, first no. You keep the slide for PPT open in the desktop, then you share it.
Yeah, it's open and I'm sharing it through that only. It shows to me that your screen sharing is paused.
Yes, it is not sharing.
Please resume it again. It should be done from at your end.
Yeah. Now it is.
Now it's visible.
Now it's visible. Okay. Please proceed.
Okay. First of all, I would like to propose a thanks to RCFC Eastern Region for organizing international conference on medicinal plants and giving me this opportunity to present my views on the topic of global market potential of medicinal plants and recent market trends, and share the stage with few of the eminent speakers which are known globally. So I have prepared a brief presentation which is of 9 to 10 slides, and I'll just start with it. So as all of us are aware that during the COVID-19 times, medicinal plant sector has come up really, really well. An increase in the volume of trade in herbal products globally, driven by COVID-19 prescriptions and in herbal formulations exported globally, is known to have taken place. In China, where the first COVID-19 cases were registered, plants comprise around 80% of traditional Chinese medicine products. Out of the most official TCM formulas which are recommended for COVID-19 treatment in China, utilize close to 125 plant species. Majorly Glycyrrhiza glabra, ginseng roots, and Equilaria sinensis are used in traditional Chinese medicine. Advisories were released by Indian government for improving the immunity during COVID times. Ministry of Ayush has issued an advisory on Ayurveda's immunity boosting measures for self-care during COVID-19 crisis, which includes recommendations to take Chyawanprash formula, which contains a range of medicinal plant ingredients daily, as well as Ayush Kwarth, which is basically a mixture comprising of various medicinal plants like tulsi, dalchini, ginger, etc. Across the world, it is anticipated that the number of harvesters may increase as an impact of the long-term economic crisis due to COVID-19, in particular in areas where wild harvesting correlates with high unemployment and poverty rates. So coming to the economic value and volume of trade, which is happening globally, the value of the global trade in medicinal and aromatic plant species has almost tripled in recent years, from USD 1.3 billion in 1998 to USD 3.3 billion in 2018. So this is based on the latest available UN Comtrade data. So this is an underestimate as a customs code from which the figure is derived, that is HS code 1211, does not cover all relevant plants traded. Estimates of the scale of trade are dependent on custom codes, which presents challenges given the variety of species involved and how they are captured in national reporting. And if we see the share of India in the global trade, it comes out to be very, very less, somewhere around 10%. But the good thing is that we are growing year on year basis, and we are net exporters of medicinal plants. And if we see the global annual income, which is generated out of non-wood forest products, it comes out to be 88 billion. And the good thing out of this is, out of the production of plant-based non-wood forest produce, it is valued at 77 billion. Now coming to the major exporters and importers of medicinal plants. So the world's top exporters are China, India, Germany, US and Hong Kong. While USA, Hong Kong, Germany and Japan are the top importers as well. So all these data is based on the value of traded products and using combined trade data of 1998, 2008 and 2018. So coming to the traditional medicine strategy, 2020 to 2030, I got hold of this very nice article wherein it clearly reflects the segments with the highest CAGR includes the medicinal tea segment, which is expected to grow 3 times in a size, and the health supplements sector, which is expected to grow at a 2.3x times. Many common consumer products and remedies, food drinks, cosmetics, and supplements contain plants with medicinal uses. A state of the world's wilderness, even from the Danube-Caspian region and the green heart of Europe, might actually be sitting in a tea bag in your cupboard or inside the health supplements in your kitchen. Although commercial wild collection is declining as populations move to urban areas, but it remains an important source of income in certain regions, especially for some communities and ethnic minorities. With certified collection sites in Bulgaria, Hungary, Poland, and Serbia, and other European regions, there are now a wide variety of certified ingredients which are available in the market. Coming to the species, threats, and wild harvesting, out of approximately 390,000 plant species distributed around the world, 60,000 plant species are estimated to be used globally for their medicinal uses, out of which 26,000 have well-documented use. If we see the number of species which are traded internationally, so roughly 10%, that is 3,000 species are traded internationally, and 11% of these species have been assessed are threatened with extinction in the wild based on IUCN red listed criteria. So that's a global perspective of the species which are used. Now coming to the India perspective, so we have conducted a study in year 2014-2015 by the name of Ved and Guraya, and as per that study, in 2,400 medicinal plant species are used in different systems of Indian medicine, with Ayurveda using 1587 species, Siddha using 1128 species, followed by Unani, wherein 503 species are used, and then 468 in homeopathy and other systems. If we see the global trend, so 60 to 90% of medicinal plants which are used today, they are collected from wild sources, and they are basically collected by the marginalized communities or the rural people. And if we see the Indian perspective of it, so out of 1178 species traded, these are the traded species, out of which 242 medicinal plant species are in high demand, which is 100 metric ton per year. We can clearly see that 72% of these species are sourced from wild collection, with only 22% of these species getting from the cultivation. So, because the trade of medicinal plants is regulated through CITES listed species, and that's the only enforcement body which is there. So there are 800 species of medicinal and aromatic plants which are listed in CITES Appendix 2, regulating the volume and nature of the trade. If we see the trade data for 2006 to 2015, 25,000 tons of CITES listed wild plant species were traded legally. And if we see the data which is available for the seizures which were made in 2018, which were reported by the EU member states, 260,000 plant-derived medicinal plant items were seized over there, which is around 23% of the total trade. So now coming to the way forward, but before that, I would like to highlight one thing. There are challenges around trade in medicinal plant ingredients, which include increasing demand, complex trade chains, and traceability issues. Millions of wild harvesters in poor and marginalized regions around the world are reliant on this trade, which often operates under complex legality, with much more of the trade being informal and underreported. There are also identification issues, as plants are mostly traded as parts, derivatives, and finished products, including in mixed and processed form. Conversely, if we can work upon market awareness of sustainability issues, which is growing, and best practices are available, such as certifications, as well as some policy and legislative frameworks, notably including CITES regulations, creating opportunities for establishing the conditions for sustainable and legal trade in medicinal plants, benefiting livelihoods, ecosystems, and other species, as well as providing healthcare opportunities and food security. A combination of full traceability compliance with existing regulation, for example, species listed in CITES appendices, increasing the value to producers, and credible certification schemes are important elements of creating conditions for an all-encompassing win-win situation. That's a brief presentation from my side, and I thank everyone, and especially the team from RCFC Eastern Region, for giving me this opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you, Saurabh-ji. You have given wonderful information about the medicinal plant status and its marketing aspects. As far as the status are concerned, there are many medicinal plants have restricted their distribution because of, yes, you are rightly said that habitat destruction is there and wild collection is 72% is wild collection. Many of the products coming from the wild source. Cultivation is very poor. So what happened in the future, when it is very difficult to maintain the conservation, because most of the species, particularly in the southern region and the higher altitude region also, the species restricted to isolated to some regions, because it is due to the yesterday we have a talk on this RCFC Himalaya HP. So they also said that conservation is very much needed. Loss of genetic diversity and habitat destruction and some of the other activities are very much disturb the medicinal plant, and it is under very much threat. It is very much needed for conservation aspects, as per my concern. So this is a very good lecture. Thank you very much. For any questions, please, other participants can come over there for questions. Now it's over to Asim Muzamdar. please.
Thank you very much, first of all, for all the speakers. We came to understand really many more important aspects of particularly the business opportunities as well as the collaboration with the foreign collaborators. So I think this session will be really a good session for all of us. And I really appreciate that particularly the way particularly the objective of our government of India to reach to the farmer through the medicinal plant cultivations, conservation, as well as what we now feel, since we are doing in the field now, what I find with the problem with the FPOs, that is the farmer producers organizations here, they need some sort of post-harvesting treatments, which is very important. Most importantly, they need some sort of testing at the field itself, which helps them to get the idea really how much they are fulfilling the expectations of the next next taker. So that's very, very important. And I think our CEO Dr. Shastri has given a very nice idea that might be we are thinking the NMPB is thinking that to take the mobile testing setup to the field itself, so that we can get some sort of a very simple sort of certifications, like sometimes they need some very very simple indicators also, like sometimes they do not have any idea what is the moisture content after the drying. They do not have the idea, even you forget about the active components, even whether the presence of any sort of pesticides or any sort of insecticides or not. These are the very simple way we have to see, and how much is the the dried material there. So these are the very important issues which I understand if we can give that support to them, it will be very helpful. But at the same time, my expectations that from the industry is that there is an opportunity, and Government of India is now giving a lot of emphasis on skill development also. So what we can do is that we can go for developing the skill of the farmers as well. Those who are going for the medicinal plant cultivation, they should be trained in developing the quality planting materials. That is, we have developed certain materials for, and we have also already provided some trainings for good agricultural practice. What is even the good nursery techniques, what that they need to develop for good quality planting material. And this is really paved the way, I think, what our Government of India is hoping for, or rather is trying hard to bring the benefits to our farmers for their livelihood, for their better earning, and for the betterment of our rural society. So I think this is the overall, we have taken the different deliverables from the different deliverables, and I hope if there is some sort of collaboration already, I know Stevia is doing here, and we are some of the companies here are collaborating. Mr. Howes has come already once in our university, and we have organized one sort of program there also. So we are looking forward how much we can develop our medicinal plant sector and give the better livelihood to our farmers. So with this, I'm requesting Mr. Saikat Basu, if you are there, please come, please pay a visit to our regional facilitation center at Jalpu University. And rest, I'm requesting Dr. Murugeshwaran, our Deputy Director of NMPB, to kindly give your concluding remarks and give the Katia sir is there, I hope.
Actually, one point I would like to share, the marketing desk of NMBB, headed by Saurav ji, it's very strong now, because the cultivation will be promoted based on the requirement demand of the industries, so all over the country. So in the future, I hope as a Deputy Director of Medicinal Plants in NMBB, I can assure that there will be no any hurdles in the marketing of raw materials. So this is one of points I want to say here. So any other comments, please come over, please.
So
Thank
I
you.
would like to, in order to add on to what Dr. Murugeshwaran has said, we have started creating market linkages for the farmers which are spread throughout the India. And we get our cultivation activity done through our RCFCs, state medicinal plant boards or mission directors, which are spread across India. So now with the initiative of NMPB, now we have created if I have to talk about last 2 months, in last 2 months, we have created a demand of 70,000 metric ton, and which we have shared with all the implementing agencies, wherein the species-wise demand, along with the contact details of the company persons who are actually taking care of purchase over there, is shared with all the implementing agencies. In case these implementing agencies have already farmers who have cultivated this thing, they can directly sell their produce to these companies. And it also helps us in preparing our future strategies. Like all the cultivation which is done through states, so they come to us with their state annual action plans. So now with the industry demand available to them, they can actually plan the cultivation of those medicinal plants which are actually required by the industry. So this is a new initiative which we have taken over here, and we are getting a very good response from the industry as well.
So thank you. Dr. Murugeshwaran, I would request you kindly conclude the session. I hope there is no other question. So being the session chair, kindly take over the charge of concluding the session. Dr. Murugeshwaran, please.
Yeah, thank you. Today we have different lectures and almost 4 lectures. Everything was very nice, very informative. And moreover, there were some network issues, please.
So we do hear you clearly. We do hear you clearly. Dr. Murugeshwaran?
I actually said there was some network. Can I able to hear my voice?
We are all hearing you. You are audible.
Some network issues going on.
You are audible. Okay, I hope there is certain problems, So let me take this opportunity to thank all the esteemed speakers of today's session. Mr. Harvest, Dr. C.K. Katiyar, Mr. Shoikat Kumar Basu, and Sri Shaurabh Sharma. So all they have, we are thankful to them for their wonderful deliberations, and we are looking forward for some future collaborations, and particularly so far, if we can enhance our export, if we can make certain very effective collaborations, it will be really worth of the to our efforts to organize this conference, and particularly this session. Dr. Murugeshwaran, I think are you now okay? Your system is okay now?
Not really.
I think not really. So again, I am very thankful to all the speakers. And,
Actually, there were some network issues for some time. I could not able to there.
Okay, then you please make a concluding remark, and then actually I have already thanked them. You also kindly being in the chair, you please thank them.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Concluding remarks you would like to make.
Yeah, we have good information. We had a good lecture from all four speakers, Richard House and Saurav Sharma and Dr. C.K. Katiyar, and recently and Saikat Bau. So almost all the lectures have been very useful and informative, and it will be useful for our future activities in the medicinal plant sectors, particularly for cultivation and marketing of medicinal plants. Some of the information about the research activities also. So we will go for that, and we will, all the points have been noted, and we will look forward to take up in the future activities. So thank you very much for all the participants and all the speakers for your valuable lecture and remarks. Thank you, sir. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Namaskar.